is Friday. Thank goodness for that, huh? And I'm happy
I have to get a
today's
clapper
Friday.
in here.
I was, you almost hit two deer. Is that what you said? Two deer?
Yes, they were babies too.
Well, it's that time of year where
it was awful.
You had rutting season earlier.
They were just running back and forth across the road over by Pleasant, over by the, what is that thing? The square over there.
Oh, okay.
Pleasant Valley.
Pleasant Valley.
And I come up that road
center.
Beside it.
Yeah.
And as I was coming down, they blended in with the street, and then all of a sudden they were just running in front of my car back and forth, and I was like, "What are y'all doing?"
Now, that's where I used to live over there in Pleasant Valley in the townhouses. I lived there for 3 years when I first got here, and that's what we did. Now we've got a great picture for you today on the stream. It's a wide shot of the studio. And it gives you an idea of what the studio really kind of looks like now. We'll be doing the news dump here during this hour. And then next hour, Chris is going to join us. And Chris's last name is?
Phillips.
I
got to change this.
He's going to be with us. I want you to be sure that you're with me today in the 9 o'clock hour. Robert Steinbach is not going to be on today because I was able to get a former guest on with me to talk about an old story that has some new facts to it.
Let me tell you something. I went and got my toes did.
Okay.
Yesterday because I'm going to the beach.
Did you watch?
I did. I watched
their
disgusting? Interview from recently when he died Monday.
Yeah.
That is disgusting.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
I was appalled and just in disbelief.
Yeah, Kermit Gosnell, who is the closest thing that I think I've ever come to a real monster. And Ann McAnally is going to join us. And I became friends with Ann because I became the way it happened was that I got contacted by Rose Mims from Arkansas Right to Life, and they were going to feature her over at Matt's Riverdale Theater and her documentary about this Dr. Gosnell from Philly. And Ann came in. We brought her in, and she was just a great interviewer. She was a good writer. She's written a book about this guy. She's done a documentary about this guy. Did they talk about the feet fetish in it?
Yeah. I was just like,
yeah. This guy killed a lot of babies. He was an abortionist.
But see, that's not just it. When you say that, people are like, "Oh, he gave a lot of abortions."
It wasn't in.
That's not
even. It was not in an abortion clinic. This place was a house of horrors. It really was. But this guy had a foot fetish. He cut these little babies that he killed. He cut their feet off and kept them in jars in formaldehyde. Disgust. I mean, he is beyond any kind of person I've ever come across.
So he didn't have a license to do it. That's
nope.
What people don't understand when you say that. He didn't have a license to do it. He just did it.
Yeah, he was
because women didn't want to pay to have it actually done. So people would be like, "Oh, hey, I know this guy."
Yeah, that he'll do it for like 75% off or whatever.
Right.
So anyway, he's probably killed thousands of kids. We don't know. We don't know. So I didn't know that. She did an interview with him just before he died?
Yeah. Oh, they did a lot of interviews.
Well, I know he liked her. That's what was really weird. She even told me that he liked sitting and talking to her. And
I don't know if it was right before he died or not, but they did a show Tuesday, and they said they were focusing all week on this because he died Monday.
I called yesterday. And I had mentioned that this guy had died Monday. And I didn't have Ann's phone number, and it showed up in some information that I was sent yesterday. And then that's why I called her, and I walked into to Val's part of the studio, and I said, "Hey, here's the number. You call that number at 9:05, and we're going to have her on. In fact, we probably could call her even a little earlier, and get her on early, and talk to her. It's just Rose Mims brought her in, and I want to thank Rose for introducing me to her and talking to her. And it was so. This has been years ago. The guy was found guilty back in 2013, and he went to jail forever, and he died in jail, died in prison.
Not long enough. Was that 10 years?
Yeah,
15, 12 years? That's
yeah,
not enough.
Bottom line for
They
what
shoulda
he
cut his
did,
feet
yeah,
off.
they should have got him. I agree with you.
They should have cut his feet off
There's a lot of
while he's alive.
there's a lot of water that went under the bridge that was never looked at with this guy, and it's just good. Anna tell us that whole story. When we get her on, just let me tell you, you won't believe the
I
story.
mean, just think of the things and the people out there that you don't even know.
Yeah,
Like
I
you don't
agree.
even know what they're doing,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Oh, this is a great guy," because they said he was just great,
He was a nice man.
but then he was just weird after that.
She says-
once you're onto him, she
She'll
said he
tell
was
ya.
just weird.
Yeah, it's going to be Anna be on with us. Well, I'm thinking that she'll probably join us early. If she does, uh, you won't believe the story. I remember when we brought him in, or brought her in, Ann in, and we showed the movie. And after we showed the movie, she stayed and answered questions for like an hour and a half.
I
And
mean,
she
true
was
crime
great.
to me, I love true crime, but gosh,
Yeah.
man, I just
Well, you just heard the audio of watch the movie.
I mean, you remember I had the Crime Chronicle. Like
Yeah.
I'm a crime junkie,
I know.
but this one, like, why? Like, I just
Because I say this from time to time on the show. There's some people who are just evil. This guy was at the top of that list. He really, really was. His name was Kermit Gosnell, and he practiced his killing in Philly. It's just disgusting. So we'll get
and it's fun. It's crazy that he didn't get caught like that.
no.
He got caught from the opioids.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's crazy. The one thing opioids did
Because
right or good.
you gotta remember, this was Roe v. Wade was still intact and everything, and it was during a time here in our country when if you talked about abortion and you were against abortion, you were a religious fanatic and all kinds of stuff. I've been called to everything over abortion. I've been with the right to life for years. I've taken teenagers into my homes who were thrown out of their homes because they found that they were pregnant, and that's not the way to handle things.
No, it's
And
not.
we gave them a place to sleep, a place to eat. And
Do you think
took
that
care
got
of them.
worse or better as the years went by? Because when I was a kid, I remember I had
it's
friends that
worse.
got pregnant. And then I don't recall my son's age group. I don't recall there being a lot of girls that I heard about. I mean, because I was always with them, in
Right.
their group, but could have been outside of the group. But I was always at school. I don't recall.
They weren't talking about it.
Mm-mm.
That's-
But, maybe they just didn't
that's
talk about it.
because at one time there was some shame to that.
Yeah.
I mean, there really was, and there's not anymore. I've talked to women and they said, "Yeah, I found myself pregnant. I just took those pills."
Or there's that.
I just took the pills,
Yeah.
and then I start asking them questions, and they'll admit that I did not know that I would look down into the toilet bowl and see my baby.
That's horrible.
It is. It really is.
I mean, that's worse than
Yep.
going and getting one.
I
I
know.
would think like
Well, sure.
looking down and seeing your baby and flushing it. That's
Yeah,
horrifying. That's
yeah.
horrible.
Yeah. If you can flush it,
Yeah.
that's the key. So anyway, Ann's going to be on with us. She's a great lady, and you'll really. She was, I think, one of those people that said, it's a decision that a woman makes with her doctor. She don't feel that way anymore. Let me tell you.
No, I don't think I would either.
Yeah, she doesn't feel that way, and then she's become an ardent pro-life
I don't even-
advocate now.
Mm,
So
Mm-mm.
I may have you call Rose and let her know that I'm going to have Ann on so she can listen. I know that she probably would like to listen to that. Razorback Zach will be on to finish the show up today at 10 o'clock hour. Razorbacks lost last night. I told you I was worried about it.
Yeah.
I was worried about this game because Arizona, they're going to be a tough team to knock off. They may very well be the national champion this year, but they're into the Elite Eight now. They beat the Razorbacks by 21 last night.
Mm.
They took them to the woodshed. They really did. So that's the last time we'll probably see Acuff in a Razorback uniform.
So they're done?
Score. Yeah,
They're out?
out. Yeah. Arizona 109, Razorbacks 88. I mean, you score 88 points in college basketball, it should be a pretty, good game.
Should be, yeah.
Should be competitive. Not with Arizona. Those boys could.
They slaughtered them.
They filled it up.
Not
last
slaughter,
night.
I guess. That's not
Well,
really a
that's,
slaughter.
It's 21 points. It's
It's a wide gap,
yeah,
but it's not a
that's big.
slaughter.
Halftime, 54 to 40. 3 is what the score was.
Uh-oh.
So Arizona was,
There you go.
doing their thing.
You can't see this on the air, but we have
in the third quarter.
we've been showing the articles and things
Yeah.
on the website when you watch from Dave's Facebook page.
The Razorbacks scored 43 and 45 points. Arizona scored 54 and 55 points in first and second half.
I need to set the screen a little bigger over here on the side because I can't read it hardly either. It's tiny.
Last night was a Big Ten night. The Big Ten Conference won all four of their games yesterday. Purdue won, Iowa won, and Iowa played another Big Ten school. Trying to think who else won from the Big Ten, but Illinois won. And
Let's pull the bracket up.
did big. It was big. Yeah, it's a
Let's see, 7 hours ago. Probably kick me out
Men's
because I don't
March.
have a.
here's the Madness Sweet 16. What are we looking here? Oh, they're just talking about times here.
Yeah. let's see.
There's Duke plays today. I'll be watching that game because I don't hate Christian Laettner, but I don't like Duke. I really don't. A few years back, they were notorious for getting all the calls. They really were.
Your home is where the story of your life unfolds.
No, there goes
Just
that.
saying that. All right. Anyway,
We're still starting with this, y'all.
I got to take a break. When we come back, I'll talk about the games. The president has given Iran 10 more days. 10 more days.
It's like slapping a tie. It's like I'm gonna whoop your butt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna whoop your butt.
This is it. Yeah, and then you don't know. I mean, look, they could get into 8 days, and Iran could do something that just makes him say, "No, we just need to take you."
They're just messing with him to stall so they can
Well,
get people to back them. That's what they're
Did you
doing.
hear what the main guy said from Iran yesterday? He said Americans should be careful when they go on vacations this
Yeah.
summer in our parks and things of that nature. That they're gonna be there. As far as I'm concerned,
Carry your weapon.
as far as I'm concerned, when he said that,
That's a threat.
they should have stopped the 10
Yeah.
days.
That's a direct threat on
Yeah,
all of us.
Be done. Just be. Mr. President, be done with them.
Mhm.
Please, just do it.
I
and
wish
get it
they could
done.
have I wish we could set up where all of the Iranians that aren't Muslims, that don't want to, that like America, that are happy that
Well,
we're
they
doing. I
could
wish
be
they could
Muslim.
go. Look, I wish they could go somewhere else, and then we just.
Yeah, why we can get rid of the
Yeah.
trash. I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. All right.
That would be an easy strategy.
Well, let's take some time out, and we'll come back. I got to talk about that. I want to pose a question to you. There's another story, big story broke about a teacher that was having a female teacher having sex with middle school boys. Middle school.
God.
What?
What can you find attractive about that?
There's something
Like,
something
I
going
don't get.
on
I
with
just
those
don't.
people.
Something's wrong with your brain.
Yeah, I agree. They need to be into therapy. There's no doubt about it.
The boys now too.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to be. Yeah, definitely have to be. All right, take a break. We'll be back with more here on the Dave Elswick Show.
As a local business owner, you get called every week by marketing companies. We get it. We have hundreds of satisfied customers. Here's what a satisfied client recently said.
Open enrollment is going great. We're hitting record numbers. Thank you so much for this report. It really is amazing to see how the marketing is really shaping our enrollment around the city.
If you're a local business and ready for the next step, Google Salem Surround Little Rock right now. Our experts are ready to help you take your marketing to the next level. Google Salem Surround Little Rock today.
Breaking news. Earlier, we told you Kim Hammer is fighting against secure elections in Arkansas. He pushed Act 350, punishing counties that switched to secure hand-marked paper ballots and dismissed concerns about our election processes. Now, the shocking update. Hammer also led a crackdown on citizen election integrity initiatives while exempting fellow lawmakers, and he is now under investigation for breaking Arkansas election law. You can't let Kim Hammer continue to undermine our elections. Instead, for Secretary of State, we need Brian Norris, a decorated Army combat veteran who led Arkansas's first successful citizen petition for hand-marked paper ballots. Brian Norris stands with Trump for secure elections and paper ballots. Voter turnout is extremely low right now. Your vote counts more than usual. Please get out and vote for conservative fighter Brian Norris by March 31st. Paid for by Restore Your Vote. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
The Dave Elswick Show continues now. 101.1, The Answer.
All right, so I said it was a good day for the Big Ten. Purdue won, Iowa won, Illinois won. Illinois upset Houston 65-55. That blew up a lot of people's brackets, I'll tell you that. Iowa upset Nebraska 77-71. Texas lost to Purdue 79-77. And, of course, Arkansas lost to Arizona 109-88. Today, it's 6-10 games are going to be Duke against St. John's. Alabama will take on Michigan. Michigan State will take on UConn. And Tennessee will take on Iowa State. Iowa State was my sleeper team. I don't think that they will win the tournament. I didn't even think they were going to win the tournament when they were 100% healthy. But they play a great form of defense, and defense wins championships. It really does. So we'll see how they do. Today I'll be watching. I'll go home today, and this evening I'll turn on the TV. I'll heat up some nacho cheese, get out my chips, and I'll be watching basketball. I love college basketball, especially now. This when we're into the
we couldn't figure that out.
the 16 and getting down to the Elite Eight and the Final Four and all that going on. And we'll be to the Elite Eight after the games on Saturday, and then we'll be down to the Final Four, I guess, next weekend. Wow. It's going fast. You know what yesterday wasn't, but it was a bigger day in sports.
What?
Opening day. Baseball.
I thought that was spring training, wasn't it?
Yeah, baseball yesterday. And it was a good day for watching baseball. If you wanted to watch baseball. Yesterday I got my MLB all set up and ready to go. And my wife is not happy about it because it means that there's going to be a lot of baseball on now for the rest of the spring and summer. White Sox got nailed by the Brewers yesterday, 14-10. Nationals beat McCubbies 10-4. Pirates lost to the Mets 11-7. Orioles over the Twins 2-1. Red Sox shut out the Reds 3-0. The Angels shut out the Astros 3-0. The Tigers, who I think are going to be World Series champs this year, beat Padres 8-2. Rangers lost 5-3, and the Cardinals won 9-7. So if you're a Cardinal fan, you can be like a Cub fan today and get all excited because you're in first place. You played one game and you won. So anyway, that's what happened yesterday in baseball. All right, wanted to move to that other story I told you about. This happened in New Jersey. Let me just tell you what happened, and then we'll take the break, and then we'll come back and talk about it, because I don't get why this continues. I don't understand why men want to have, sex with little girls, and I definitely don't understand why women want to have sex with middle schoolers.
It's disgusting.
You remember Laternal?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is
Mary
like.
Jo?
Yeah, that's what this is like. And everybody was so shocked about her. That's what, a little bit over a decade ago, and now it's like commonplace now. A former middle school teacher in Jersey was arrested on Thursday following allegations that she had a sexual relationship with a student. Ashley Fisler, 36, of Washington Township in Gloucester County, was charged with 6 counts of first-degree sexual assault of a minor, 1 count of second-degree endangering the welfare of a child, and 1 count of second-degree official misconduct, according to TV station Fox 29. Each first-degree charge carries a maximum of 20 years in prison.
Disgusting.
And each second-degree charge carries a maximum of 10 years. The arrest of the former teacher comes after the victim, who's now an adult, reported the details to police earlier this year. The victim was a student in Fisler's class at the time of the sexual relationship. Fisler allegedly engaged in a sexual relationship with a student in 2021 while she was a teacher at Orchard Valley Middle School, the outlet reported. The victim described to police multiple sexual encounters in Fisler's vehicle and in her classroom. Investigators later discovered text messages between Fisler and the victim that allegedly confirmed the sexual nature of their relationship, the outlet reported. And she taught school social studies in the Washington Township School District from 2014 until June 2023, according to an online resume. She is no longer employed as a teacher or in any other district, according to officials. So, yeah, I don't know why it happened, but it did. All right, we got to get to Bill O'Reilly. Let's do that.
President Trump is unpopular among NATO leaders because he forced them to pay their allotted dues, which they declined to do for decades. Spain still considerably behind in its financial obligation. The Spanish also insulted the Trump administration by threatening to deny landing privileges to U.S. warplanes on their way to the Middle East. I believe Spain should be sanctioned by NATO, perhaps expelled, but I would not totally bail on the alliance because that would help Europe's largest problem, Putin. It is easy to envision the maniacal Russian dictator destabilizing the Baltic states as well as Eastern Europe in general. Moldova, we hardly knew you. However, the NATO countries need to wise up and recognize that it is American muscle that keeps the continent viable. And if the U.S. needs help, NATO should be there, whether they like our policies or not. That's what friends are for. Back in a moment. Homeowners, when is the last time you checked your home title? Scammers are everywhere and they're targeting your equity with just a single forged document they can file at the county. So don't wait until it's too late. Find out if you are already a victim today. Please go to HomeTitleLock.com. Use the promo code BILL to get a free title history report, plus a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That is the Morning O'Reilly Update. More analysis later on.
This is 101.1, The Answer. Here's your forecast.
It's going to be bitterly cold again today. High temperature somewhere between 25 and 35. Low tonight in the mid-teens, if not colder.
Let's be honest. The National Symphony may not be in his future, but he wanted to try violin. So you said yes because you love him. And if you love him that much, love him enough to make sure he's buckled up and in the back seat. Find out more about keeping your kids safe in your vehicle at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Show him you love him. Keep him safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Gordon Deal. Join me weekdays for This Morning, America's First News. Hear the stories you'll be talking about and searching for all day as we go beyond the headlines and above the chatter with your first look at breaking news, money, Washington politics, technology, entertainment, entrepreneurship, and sports. We explain why stories matter. That's why we are referred to as the most important and relevant radio program. Join us weekdays for This Morning, America's First News.
There's a real battle going on, not only for our future, but that of our children and grandchildren. How do we ensure they have it better than we do? One way is to keep listening to us. We're your information source in the battle. 101.1, The Answer. You can watch the show right now. The Dave Elswick Show is streaming live on Facebook. This is 101.1, The Answer.
All right, back with you here on the Dave Elswick Show. And by the way, that was our computer overthinking things and playing a weather from back in February. Bottom line, today's going to be all right. It's going to be 72 degrees today. Not going to be bitterly cold. 72, chance of rain this afternoon. Some showers around, pop-up showers. You know how that all works. And as we get into spring, we'll have some, more rain than dry time.
Flooding,
and
all
we
that
need
good
that.
jazz.
Hey, to be honest, we need the rain.
Yeah.
We're like 20 inches behind for the year already.
I don't mind the rain when it's warm out.
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean?
agree. Yeah, when I don't have to worry about it being ice.
Yeah. And when,
I don't
and when
have
you
too much
come
of
in,
it.
it's like you're not freezing in it.
Yeah, and
It's warm enough to walk.
and as long as it's not causing severe weather,
Right.
you know.
Like tornadoes.
Yes. Yeah.
Or tornadoes, as I've once called them.
Sunday, it's going to be noticeably warmer as far as temperatures go. Should be 82 on Monday, Tuesday, 86, and Wednesday, 86 degrees. Ooh, it's going to get really warm. That's good. Gotta like that. And I was telling you about April. Let me look at how many days of rain we're looking at in April. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Almost 50% of the month. Rain is forecast on half of the days in April, but that's to be expected. That's when we get like a lot of rain is in April and May. We get into June and things are drying out. July, definitely. August, hot and dry. And same with September. I'm counting now. We're going into April. I'll start picking up from April, but April, May, June, July, August, 6 months to my vacation down to Florida. Linda and I save up for the year to go down and spend a couple of weeks in Florida. That's our big getaway during that time. And we love it down there. I can get a lot of sea fish.
You want me to bring you back something?
Yeah, bring me back some.
I wonder how. I guess I
go
could
to
do
go
dry
to. Do me a
ice.
favor. Travel up to Alaska and bring them some fresh salmon, will you?
Oh Lord.
You ever had salmon from up in the Alaskan
I
area?
didn't, because when I was there, because I lived there for a few months. I didn't live there very long, but I was like, no, this is not for me.
Hey.
It was dark all the time, and it
Well, you
literally makes you mental.
You were in the air. You were there during the time when
Christmas time.
You don't
Oh,
get
yeah.
that. I
Right
mean,
before
there's
9/11.
another time that you'll have sunlight all the time.
Yeah.
People-
No, I wasn't there then.
People put aluminum foil in their windows
Yeah,
to
keep
block
the-
out the sun.
But I think the temperature stays like an average 70 in the spring, summer. It's not hot, but the sun's right there.
Okay.
But it was so cool to see a frozen ocean peak. That was nutso. And then they don't know what guardrails are.
Yeah. You go around those mountain roads and you look straight down into the gully.
And you see the emu down there,
Yeah.
like through Canada too. Like they don't have no clue because we drove. We didn't.
You drove all over way, Highway 1 or whatever it
like,
is.
Yep.
Okay. I've not spent a lot of time up there. I might next year suggest to Linda that we go on one of those
pretty awesome.
Alaskan cruises.
I go in the summer. Yeah.
You could go
Definitely.
go up there and do that. That
It's
might
pretty
be fun.
awesome though. It's just I'm an adventure person. But once I've been somewhere once,
That's enough.
yeah, I'm kind of getting bored with Perdido now. I'm ready to. If I ever move back to Florida, it's going to be Tampa this time. I love Tampa.
That looks like the area that I would enjoy the most.
Love Tampa. Dunedin. There's this little town off of Tampa called Dunedin. It's one of the once you go down by Pier 60.
Yeah.
If you go left from downtown, there's like a bunch of little towns down there, and it's just this quaint little town, but it's like really expensive to live there. But there's just cool shops and bars, and
It's kind
they
of
had a movie theater.
Is it a tourist trap?
No, this is actually where people live.
Okay.
But they had me and Trevor we go every year, and it's this time last year it was around Halloween, or the year before last, and they had movies in the park with a big movie theater up. Everyone was riding their golf carts to watch the movie. Like it was so cool, like community, So I just really like that place. And plus, there's this little restaurant there that me and Trevor were like, man, we've been going all day. I'm starving to death. And he's like, what do you want to eat? I was like, I don't know. What do you want to eat? And we were just like this, and we turned around. Pisces. We're both Pisces.
Pisces.
I was like,
okay.
well, here we go.
So what kind of food did they serve?
They have sushi and just kind of like Thai, but
Oh,
also
okay.
Americanized. So we go there every year.
So it's Thai food that probably is not as hot as real Thai food.
No, it's not. Of course, I don't do spice, but their sushi is fabulous. Like they're on Facebook. It's called Pisces, but but I had pork belly rice.
Ooh, that'd be good.
It was awesome. It was awesome.
I'll tell you a good restaurant in Cabot to go to, Nehru's. You ever been there? Nehru, yeah, it's right there on Main Street. It's it's kind of an Americanized Japanese type, even a little bit of Korean food, and it's good. I mean,
Nauru, I'll have to.
Yeah, go ahead. Nauru, I think is what it is.
I think I went. But do you still live as you go over the bridge when you get off there, and then you go up the Circle K?
I live off of Highway 5.
Yeah, I was just out there night before last. My friend Miranda lives out there at out past Greystone.
Yeah, well, if you went up 5 past Greystone, you went past my house.
Oh yeah, I figured I did because I've been to your house once.
Yeah, I wasn't. I don't live in Greystone. I can't afford the houses out there. But yeah, I live on the ridge that looks down on Greystone.
Yeah,
I live above it.
There's a Greystone in Denham Springs too, and he lives there. He moved there, bought a house that we were looking at after I left.
Okay. Well, that's when you split up, you go on with your life.
Yeah,
you know?
right. But I figured that's the same Greystone because it looked like the same Greystone.
Okay. Anyway, the place that I visit the most for dinner, Linda likes the Purple Onion.
What?
There in Cabot.
Purple Onion. See, where are all these restaurants at?
Yeah, that's in Cabot.
I never see any
there.
of those things.
It's on Main Street. If you drive down Main Street, just stay on it. You go past, the high school and all.
So
that.
So all this stuff's out here now, out there now, because before there was nothing.
Oh, we got plenty of restaurants there.
Well, I have to check it out because it looks like it's growing where all that construction is right there.
They're going to build a.
Isn't there Larry's Pizza out that way?
Oh yeah.
So that's what you're talking about that way. That was there when last time I was there.
There's a place in that next to it. There's a strip mall and there's a couple of nice restaurants in there that are pretty good.
That was pretty much the only thing that was there last time I was there.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more now.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I'll bring you up and take you out to dinner to the Purple Onion. It's a good place, it really is. And
well, if Linda likes it, it must be good.
Oh, she loves it, man. I mean, when I say, "What do you want to do for dinner?" and normally she looks at me and go, "I don't know," and
what she means. You know what she's gonna say, Purple Onion.
Look, I don't want to spend 45 minutes trying to decide where I'm going to end up going.
Same here.
So if she had her way, when she was a kid, her parents, she came from a poor family too, and they couldn't go out and just buy hamburgers, So she loves McDonald's because she couldn't have it as a kid, and so she likes it.
Really?
Yeah. And so once a week, I'll stop by McDonald's and I'll get a quarter pounder with cheese meal for. By the way, I had the Arch yesterday.
Yeah, you said that. Or the day before yesterday.
And it was okay. It was okay. You know what it reminds me? It reminds me of a Big Mac.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be.
When it was a real Big Mac.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
About 25 years ago.
Yeah. And it was good. I enjoyed having it. I'll tell you who's up there, their fare, and that's Burger King. In fact, I saw they're doing ads now about how they fired the king and they've, put money into their food and and it's good.
It's actually cheaper if you go in the app. There's more deals in there.
Are there?
For years, I tried to get my son to go in the apps at Wendy's, and then you discovered the Wendy's app, and I was like, see, they'll have free kids meal, free Happy Meals. Like you can go get
I have fries. I have 2 food apps on my phone. One is Popeyes. I have a hard time getting past. I like Popeyes spicy chicken.
I used to, but
and then
I discovered Cane's.
And then I got Sonic. Well, we don't have a Cane's yet in Cabot.
They're so good though.
So I'm willing to drive to downtown. Not downtown, it's outside Highway 5 there, to go to Popeyes. I like their chicken.
You see, like I used to be so excited when I go to Louisiana, and I'd get Cane's,
Yeah.
and I didn't want to ruin Whataburger for me because I used to only be able to get it in Florida. So I don't eat Whataburger here. I don't eat it till I go home.
What?
Or till I go to Florida.
Is it just me, or did Whataburger
Blew up.
become insanely expensive?
They've always been expensive.
You know, I used to go to Whataburger all the time, buying a Whataburger. You know, I buy that instead of buying the King's
like Chick-fil-A
big
now,
big
though.
one. Though, but boy, they're expensive.
But it's
now.
always good quality.
Yeah.
They don't throw it at you either.
No, they don't throw it at you. Then
Yeah.
I will agree.
But they got that bacon blue cheeseburger. Man, that thing is so good. No, I love blue cheese.
I hate blue cheese.
Love it.
No, I if we fast food, we typically have Popeyes, Sonic, or the Mexican phone company.
That smash burger from Sonic is fire.
It's good.
It's good. And their new fries, they're good too.
Yeah. Do you get the groovy sauce with it?
Yeah, no, I don't like this.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's
I like
not
them by
bad.
themselves. They're that good.
It's pretty good. All right, we got to get a break in. Let's do that. Restaurants to go to. Over in Cabot, what is it? Fire Island, I think. I don't know if that is the name of it or not. I go there every once in a while. It's a pretty good place to eat.
Is that like a buffet?
well. No.
Fire Island.
It's
Sounds like North Carolina.
They sit on.
South Carolina.
They come into your table and take your orders. What I like about going over to the Blue Onion, you can get fried jalapenos
Is
there.
it purple or blue?
No, pardon me.
Is it purple?
Onion.
Is it purple? Well, I
Yeah,
didn't know if you
purple onion.
misspoke before.
And it's a good place to eat. It's really good. You know, the swamp dish that they have is good. It's a lot of fish, so you'll enjoy that. 7:48. You'll enjoy these as well here on the Dave Elswick Show. I'll be back to talk to you in a moment.
The Danielle Gill Podcast, now available on the Salem Podcast Network.
Actually lowering prices has rarely ever been an accomplishment a Democrat could even claim. The Democrat modus operandi is to use each crisis as an excuse to pass legislation which increases spending, gives more power to the government, and which will make new crises which they can't then use as an excuse to pass more horrible legislation.
Subscribe for free today on Spotify, Apple, YouTube, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council. We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age. Everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Did you hear Congressman French Hill on the Dave Elswick Show?
Needs to make sure that Iran does not have an active ballistic missile threat to the region, and they end their nuclear program, and they stop funding terror proxies. And this is from one of their across the Persian Gulf neighbors, the UAE, and that's exactly the kind of response we need. And I think Trump right to be irritated with NATO. I mean, America.
I agree.
Immediately, we came immediately to the defense of Ukraine, which there's no question about it. And you and I are in full agreement on that Russia should not take Ukraine.
No.
And I agree with you. However, we replumbed the entire oil and gas industry to benefit Europe because of Russia's illegal, murderous invasion of Ukraine. And here, Europe and all around the world is dependent on the Straits of Hormuz and Persian Gulf oil production. Therefore, it's logical then that NATO and other American allies would, be supportive.
Don't miss Congressman Hill, Wednesday mornings at 7 on the Dave Elswick Show, 101.1. The Answer. Dave Elswick is the conservative voice of Arkansas, and he's back. 101.1. The Answer.
We'll continue.
And we're back.
I was just talking to Val. I had suggested that she watched that movie Mercy,
Mm-hmm.
and Matt and I had talked about it when it was out at the movie
It's
theaters.
so good.
And it's good. Chris
Really
Pratt's in it. It's really good, and it's got a nice twist at the very end,
Mm-hmm.
which I
Yeah.
thought was really good.
Yeah. But you know what the thing is? I called it. I knew it was him halfway through the movie, Dave. I can't watch a movie anymore. My brain just.
Yeah, well, it wasn't Chris Pratt. All
Nope.
right.
Nope.
Ooh, sorry. That was. I should have gave you a spoiler.
That second phone call he made to him, I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it was.
All right. Anyway,
I didn't know how he did it.
it's
but I knew it
good.
was.
It's good. You'll enjoy it. It brings up some pretty good questions about, depending too much on the dispassionate nature of AI.
Yeah.
As far as
That's
that
why
goes.
I keep pushing. Like with the nonprofit that I work with, we are working on standards and stuff. And I keep telling them, if you don't let these people in this healthcare industry understand that AI is just a tool, it cannot do this alone.
No.
It has to have a human companion.
Yep.
And you have to make sure that the information that you put in, because you can put in anything, and everyone that puts something in is going to get something different out. Like you have to, it's just a tool. It's like a typewriter. It's like Google. You cannot depend on the answers it gives you. You cannot depend on it telling you everything, because it doesn't.
What do you think's going to happen? I'm still looking for an expert to talk to us about this lawsuit that finished up dealing with Meta and whatnot, and that their algorithms were made to make people become addicted to them and things of that nature. I mean, it wasn't that big when you look at the size of the companies that we're talking about. That wasn't the biggest punishment.
Right. That's what I
put up
thought.
on them.
$6 million.
It wasn't that much. But did you hear how many lawsuits?
Others. Yeah.
There's 6,000 lawsuits ready to go now.
Yep.
Nothing against lawyers, but sometimes the lawyers see that there's places where you can go and mine money, and I think that
Won't they make that like a public?
that's going to be a problem.
Won't they make it like a, what do you call it? I know the word. I've done it before. Class action.
We'll have to see. I don't know. I mean, it all depends. Depends on what the judges think.
Sometimes I don't put the words out. Sorry, y'all.
I understand.
forget the words.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. That's because 6,000 people times $6 million is a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
That is a lot of money. So,
Well, it ties up the courts with that many people.
yes,
too.
it does. And the courts are already tied
Right.
up. So anyway, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with this. But I split on this. I think that if somebody is making an algorithm that will make a young person get hooked on something, that's absolutely wrong.
And I believe some of the employees, whistleblowers, came forward and said that's
Yeah,
exactly.
they-
They didn't care.
that's-
They didn't care.
And then, but I have to say, parents need to not give their kid a smartphone and unlimited access to the internet.
I agree.
You're asking for problems. I remember we had this argument years ago, Val, about Saturday morning cartoons.
Right. That was rotting our brain.
That was a big thing because the folks in the government were saying, yeah, you guys are putting these cartoons out there, but it's not the cartoon that you're worried about. It's, the G.I. Joes and the Barbies and everything else that you're selling to the kids through these shows. And it got worse and worse because you had the toys that became the main,
selling point. Yep.
yeah, became the
Christmas list.
person, and that was a problem. It became a real problem for mom and dad.
That's why they had to remember they made the law where they had to put 2 hours of education every
Yeah.
day. Educational cartoons.
They got away from that. That's why Sesame Street showed up, and things of that nature. That's why you watch early morning TV anymore, and they got Bluey, and they've got, what's that? What's the big dog that?
Clifford.
Yeah, Clifford.
Remember Barney?
Barney and all of that.
Oh, that one drove me crazy.
That's why they came on, and then that was a teaching platform that they made Barney so doggone popular that it became the toy that the kids wanted to have. They wanted their own Barney.
My son had a Barney toolbox, it was a Barney suitcase when he would go anywhere. And I have had that thing for 20 years. I use it as my little girl toolbox. I've moved on since, but 20 years I had that little suitcase.
Think about that, I love you and you love me, and we'll be a real big happy family and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I used to want to be honest. I used to throw up in my mouth a little bit watching that show.
Me too.
Just telling you, yeah. It's like when they reinvented the Musketeers. The same thing. Those weren't the Musketeers that I knew as a kid. I'm just telling you. They were much more sexualized on Disney at that time.
Like my son,
although we grew up with Annette Funicello, what can I tell you?
Right, and Mickey Mouse,
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse Club. But my son, I have a grandson now. He's almost 5, but he watches the same stuff that my son watched when he was a kid. It's so funny. Like he's exactly like my son, and I think it's cool because he can actually go back and find all this stuff that he watched when he was a kid, and because I think he grew up quite well rounded.
Yeah.
So
my grandson, he grew up liking the Tiger Kid. What?
Tony the Tiger?
No, not Tony the Tiger. This is it's a cartoon.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then it's kind of like Mr. Rogers meets the Animal Kingdom.
Oh, nice.
That's kind of what it was.
Nice.
Anyway, he liked that a lot. I remember buying him this kid that was a tiger.
Is it hard to tell him no for you?
No. I've never had that problem with my children or my grandchildren.
I didn't with my kids.
If I've got a lot of free money, and how it goes, and I'll buy them things, but I don't buy them just a bunch of superfluous crap.
No, I don't. But my son gets upset with me when I'll find a good deal on something. He's like, "You got to stop buying stuff," and I'm like, "But he's my grandson."
Well, I got so many grandchildren now. I got 13 grandchildren. I got 2 great grandchildren now.
What?
And it's just wild,
That is wild.
Yeah, I poison them all. I buy them M&Ms and stuff like that. All right, we'll take a break and then we'll be back. We're going to talk to a guest, Chris Phillips. He's a political consultant. He'll be with us for a few minutes, and then we'll get Ann on, and then we're going to take you back to that story about Kermit Gosnell, and it's just a disgusting story. That's coming up here on the Dave Elswick Show.
In a world of noise, truth cuts through. This is 101.1, The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. KDXE, Kamek Village, Little Rock.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. The 42-day shutdown affecting the Department of Homeland Security may be nearing an end. Senators approved funding for TSA and most other agencies except ICE. Democratic leader Chuck Schumer blamed Republicans for TSA workers not getting paid.
This long overdue agreement funds TSA, the Coast Guard, FEMA, CISA, strengthens security at the border and the ports of entry, and keeps Americans safe. This could have been accomplished weeks ago if Republicans hadn't stood in the way.
But Majority Leader John Thune says it was the Democrats who are to blame.
We are here because thanks to Democrats' determined refusal to reach an agreement, there will be no Homeland Security funding bill this year. Instead, just a few minutes ago, Republicans funded the Department of Homeland Security piecemeal. It's not the way to fund the department.
The measure now goes to the House for consideration. Israel has launched more strikes on Iran's capital and says its attacks will escalate and expand.
Israel's military says it's conducted a wave of strikes in the heart of Tehran, while smoke was seen billowing in the Beirut skyline after President Donald Trump delayed his threat to hit Iran's energy plants over the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Israel has moved thousands of troops across the border into Lebanon, where Israeli officials say they want to take control of the entire area. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Group of 7 foreign ministers have met in France to discuss the Russia-Ukraine conflict, with deep divisions apparent over the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran. Secretary of State Rubio joined his G7 counterparts there today, just 24 hours after the president's latest round of insults aimed at NATO. More on these stories at townhall.com.
A sacred season is approaching, a time to remember God's deliverance, the night he brought his people out of bondage and into freedom. Of course, I'm talking about Passover. Hi, it's Chris Stigall. And this year, many of God's people will observe Passover under the shadow of war. Across Israel, red alert sirens pierce the air, and families are rushing to shelters with seconds to spare. The elderly fear they'll be left behind. Parents hold frightened children as explosions shake the night, sleepless and uncertainty. That's now part of their daily lives. But Passover reminds us that God hears the cries of his people and answers with love and compassion. That's why the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground in Israel, providing food and emergency supplies, equipping bomb shelters, and caring for the elderly and Holocaust survivors, bringing comfort and safety to God's children. Join Christians around the world in praying for Israel during this sacred Passover season, asking God to bring protection, comfort, and peace to the Holy Land. Visit supportifcj.org. That's supportifcj.org.
A brother and sister have been charged after an explosive device was found outside the home of U.S. Central Command in Florida.
U.S. Attorney Greg Keogh says a man who fled to China after allegedly leaving an explosive device outside MacDill Air Force Base has been indicted.
Alan Zhang, he's charged with attempted damage of government property by explosive, making a destructive device, and possession of a destructive device.
At a news conference, Keogh says Zhang's sister, who was arrested when she returned to Florida, also faces charges. Their mother was detained pending deportation. Agents say Zhang planted the device on March 10th, then made a 911 call saying there was a bomb at the base. He and his sister sold their SUV, bought tickets to China, and were gone by March 12th. It was March 16th before the device was found outside a gate.
The FBI safely removed the device and determined it was, in fact, an IED.
Audio courtesy WFTS. I'm Jennifer King.
News and analysis, townhall.com. The International Olympic Committee has announced it will restrict women's sports to biological females.
The policy will go into effect for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games onwards. The IOC adopted as a standard a test for the gene associated with the sex-determining region Y protein, also known as SRY. The SRY gene is responsible for the initiation of male sex determination. Transgender activists have insisted that men who identify as women should be allowed to compete in women's sports. Critics have long argued, however, that women's sports must be kept separate to allow women to compete on a level playing field, and that men enjoy biological advantages that undermine fairness in women's sports. Bernie Bennett reporting.
A federal judge is weighing Fulton County's demand that the FBI return ballots and records from the 2020 election.
This is 101.1. The Answer. Here's your forecast.
It's going to be bitterly cold again today. High temperature somewhere between 25 and 35. Low tonight in the mid-teens, if not colder.
Something big is happening, and you need to be in the know. Operation Epic Fury is here, and the only place to get all the details. Stay tuned and listen closely for updates on Operation Epic Fury on 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk.
Okay, we're moving to the second hour of a Friday show, 8:05, Dave Elswick Show. Thanks for joining us today. We've got Chris Phillips with us. He's a political consultant. Used to be a police officer.
That's
Little Rock
right.
Police Force.
That's right.
How long have you been out of the police force?
Retired in 23.
Okay.
So been out 3 years now.
So you're lucky you got out at the right time.
Yes, sir.
It was starting to change at that point. I mean, that's when the stuff in Missouri happened, and the guy attacked a cop, and hands up and all that crap that went down.
Ferguson.
And then, Ferguson. Yeah, that was not. Look, that never went down the way the news media said it did.
I did work through a lot of that stuff even afterward. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think that was earlier than that way. What was that one then? Later, after you?
Oh, there was
left?
quite a few.
Yeah.
The one in Minneapolis really
That's
was
it.
No, you're talking about when they put his knee on the guy's
Sure.
throat.
Yeah.
Sure.
What? I can't even remember what that guy's name was now.
I can't either.
I can't off the top of my head.
And nobody knew who he was.
But they made a
until
big
that.
deal about things.
Yeah.
Well, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a big deal. That wasn't. I mean.
No, that one was bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
When he couldn't breathe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's when the CNN reporter, when they were burning down Minneapolis, said we're having a peaceful riot.
Right.
That was the tires burning.
And I tell you what, I'm old enough now that I look and listen to what people say, and I just shake my head. I really do.
Right.
I just shake my head anymore. You couldn't have gotten away with a lot of this stuff 20 years ago.
No, absolutely not. And while I didn't support that, and I don't think that was the right thing, it wasn't my fault, right? And I know that I paid a lot of penalty for it just by wearing the same uniform that guy did.
Do you have a lot of people that come up and say nasty things to you?
Yeah, there's a lot of tension. I mean, and rightfully so, the tension. But again, I didn't support it. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
I was as against it as they
You
were.
tried to do it right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how did you make the transverse of being a cop to the dark side and became a political consultant?
You know what?
We have cookies.
Right. I worked on an election, the sales tax election back in 2011 when the city of Little Rock had a half-cent sales tax increase, and was a part of that. Got to work with some really smart people and really enjoyed what I learned from them. And that wasn't something you were really allowed to do when you worked at the police department, except for, the fact that I was doing it for them.
Right.
They made some exceptions when you were trying to make them some money.
Right.
So I did that with them. And when I retired, a friend of mine ran for office, a local office, and said, I think I could, run your campaign.
I can help you out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did. I jumped in, and then, as soon as you, I guess, maybe show somebody that you're, have a little idea of what you're doing, then someone else asks you, and they want you to do it too. And that's kind of what happened. I work on small local elections mostly.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Local politics are really important.
I think so too.
Lately, they're crazy.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Really, this cycle,
It's been ugly.
It really has.
The race for the Secretary of State's office, which is, I'm going to be honest with you, not that big of an office, to be honest. It's not really that important, but they have made it that important. As much, it kind of reminds me of the monkeys in the zoo. And, if you stand by their cage long enough and look at them, they'll throw their feces at you. And that's kind of what I'm seeing in this race. I mean, it's like no holds barred on the negative advertising.
Yeah, I think.
And the lies.
Yeah.
Like the lying advertising. I saw one last night that Brian Norris put up, and what I was going to read it to you because it's crazy. It said, well, I'll find it. Y'all go ahead. Let me find it.
I saw that PAC Arkansas Conservatives spent $307,000 on a media buy for that Secretary of State's race.
Wow.
$307,000.
Right.
And some texts that were sent out maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, another 300,000 was spent on that, according to what I read reported. Wow.
How much?
Right now, he's saying there's like $600,000 been spent
Right.
out of PAC
That's
money for that
crazy.
race.
Right.
I agree.
I saw that. I mean, and yeah, reported.
Like that's just throwing birthday money all over the place. Like you don't. That's just.
Well,
crazy.
for a race that you say, you know, how important is it really? I mean, it's important to somebody,
Yeah.
right? Very.
Oh, this one. This one says Arkansas deserves better. Brian Norris attacks Kim Hammer for fighting to keep abortion out of Arkansas. What?
Right.
That's insanity. He doesn't do that. He literally donates
Right.
to the keep. What's that? He told us about that when he was on here. How he donates
He probably donates
money to
you
one
know,
of the places that helps babies live.
Yeah, pregnancy center.
Yeah, that.
Right.
You know me and my words. I don't.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, the
Yeah.
pregnancy center. But it's gone both ways. I'm just telling you, it's gone both ways.
It's just crazy though.
Yeah, I don't understand it, and I don't read it. I know that the party has been spending an inordinate amount of money. I mean, on digital. I can't tell you how many text messages I get that I open it up and it goes, "Hi, it's whoever is running for this particular race or whatever, asking for your vote," and I just delete it.
I haven't gotten any because I just registered again in Arkansas to vote. So I'm not on the
I get all
prior
of them.
list, so I haven't gotten
Yeah.
any of them.
I get a lot of them. So how has it changed? I mean, you've been in it now for how many years? 3 or 4? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
And it's changed a lot just over that 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I would say so. Again, my focus being so much more on local politics. I mean, it's more like operations. I mean, party plays a role in everything today. But at the end of the day, judges, county judges and sheriffs and things like that. I mean, the sheriff, I don't even know why that's a partisan race. I believe that the law should be enforced the same, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. It's black and white, right?
I think it's how you go about it, I guess,
Sure.
Like, are you hard on crime? Or are you going to let these criminals go? Things like maybe.
I don't know.
But you're supposed to protect everyone.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's why the Democrats weren't funding GHS.
Right. Right.
I think I laughed.
Right. But they just, they just passed that, except for Border Patrol and immigration.
Yeah, and Trump signed some legislation early this morning to pay the DHS people quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't had to pay
5 weeks. This is the 6th week. It's going on the 6th week.
Yeah, they've missed now 2 paychecks.
But it's irritating to me because the Democrats voted against holding off on their paychecks too.
Oh yeah.
They voted against that. Well, you're keeping everybody else from getting paid, but you're voting against. No, give me my money.
Of
So,
course.
so local politics, I'll throw it in there. The same thing happened down in Jefferson County, 2025.
Yeah, just like do they even have any political parties anymore down there?
I think it's about 80% Democrat.
Oh, is it?
85. Yeah, absolutely. In Jefferson County. But their quorum court versus their county judge.
That's been crazy.
Yeah, they couldn't pass a budget. And the county employees in 2025 went nearly 2 months without a check.
You remember? Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, the county employees weren't getting paid. A couple of years before that, they had that water debacle down there, and it was ridiculous.
Right.
The governor had to step in to make sure that the people down in Jefferson County had water to drink.
Right. Wow. And the governor had to step in on this budget to get the county employees paid as well.
That's crazy.
Right.
That's crazy.
Could you imagine working 2 months without a paycheck when you're on the kind of salary that most government employees are on? Right.
Yeah. Everyone thinks it's a lot, but it's not.
No, not at all. Yeah.
You're basically living paycheck to paycheck.
Absolutely.
And your bills get behind, and then you get late fees, and nobody's paying those.
Right. Yeah, they were opening up food banks for the county employees. No kidding. I mean, rough.
Well, that's what they were doing for TSA and stuff like that. But TSA, they actually had to go through the labor union because they can't accept donations or gifts.
Right.
That's insanity.
Wow.
So you literally had them hold up in a box.
Yeah, they were
gifts.
stuck.
Yeah.
You know, they were stuck. It's a whole nother show that we could do
right.
about labor unions and employees of the government.
Yeah.
That's the one issue that I had with John F. Kennedy, because he's the one who allowed that to happen. And it's been nothing but a pain in the rear since that time.
What is
I
it?
mean, we don't need labor unions.
Yeah.
What did he help me? Remind me.
He allowed the workers, the federal workers, to unionize.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's been problems ever since. I don't think teachers should be able to go on strike.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
You know, I don't think that TSA workers should be able to go out on strike, but they can now because of the labor laws. Because the Democrats are always going to favor on the labor side, because those people typically, until Trump here recently, and then you go back to Reagan, would typically vote Democrat, not Republican.
I just have a problem with them, like, being in government when they seniority, and then someone takes the new seat as president, and those people are still there, still making policy, still doing it however they want to do it.
Yeah.
Like, I have a problem with that part of it, and you can't fire them.
Nope.
Like, as we saw with Trump.
But that's what happened when Kennedy let them unionize.
Mm-hmm.
It opened a whole can of worms, and when it gets into the court system, and I don't know if Chris agrees with me or not, but you never know what's going to come out of the court system.
No, I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, you could have a slam dunk case that's obvious and it go a different way. And and then you could have one where one party should never win, and they do. No,
I agree.
No idea how it goes that way.
I don't either. I'll be honest. All right, we're going to get our first break in. Let's do that. Do me a favor. Call Ann early and ask her if she'll join us a little later on the backside of the half hour.
Okay.
All right, we'll do that. We'll be back. Our guest right now, Chris Phillips, he's a political consultant. I'll ask him a little bit about this Secretary of State race. And are these the kind of ads that he would tell his candidate that they should run? We'll talk about that when we come back on the Dave Elswick Show.
On Salem News Channel, principled voices are shaping today's conversation. Scott Jennings brings clarity to the toughest debates. Josh Hammer's blistering commentary puts politics and culture on trial. And Alex Marlowe's insight connects us to what matters most. Watch anytime on Samsung TV Plus, Pluto TV, or find us on your screen at snc.tv. 3 new shows, 1 powerful lineup. Salem News Channel, across America.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on the dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Now, back to the Dave Elswick Show. 101.1. The Answer.
Okay, but you're not a consultant for the race?
No, I am not.
Okay, well, good.
No.
Then I can ask this question. If you had been the consultant in the Secretary of State race, would you have said, yeah, let's go negative? Would you have done that?
No. I mean, I think at some point after the attacks, you don't want to be on the defensive all the time, constantly defending yourself. So you strike back. And that's the way that goes. It's not, you don't want to, but I mean, it happens. And a lot of those attack ads were coming from PACs, right? They weren't coming from the candidates themselves.
Yeah, you got to listen to the end of the ad, and it'll say, the candidate had nothing to do with this
Right.
advertisement. And this happened, I remember a few years ago when David Sterling ran for Attorney General against Leslie Rutledge. And some group outside of the state dumped a bunch of money into the race and started running these anti-Rutherford ads. I mean, they were ugly, Rutledge? Rutledge ads. And bottom line, David was his candidacy started suffering.
But he, on the other hand of that, and I talked to him about it there at this time, I'm just not going to go dirty. I'm not going to, I was like, David, you got to.
Yeah.
But she put out her
She didn't put out
buddies,
some
like
pack.
Lori Lee and all those, Ken Yang, and they put out they sent the letter letting everyone know that in the county Republican committees that David had been a lawyer for Cupids.
Okay.
That hurt him in that race. But yeah, and I was like, you got to get dirty. He just didn't want to get dirty. He didn't want to go that way.
Yeah, I give him credit. I do. I give him credit that he didn't go.
But his backers
that way. But
chose a different route.
There were other people that were. These weren't even his backers. This was a national organization at the end.
They just didn't like her.
They didn't like Rutledge, and they poured in several $100,000, if I remember correctly. And instead of helping, him, it hurt him because people didn't like the ads at all because they were so negative.
And you have to start digging in and wondering, why does some outside entity have an interest in Arkansas politics so much to spend that much money on?
Why does George Soros have interest into the district attorney's race in Pulaski County?
Right.
That happened just 4 years ago.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, it just tells you that there's more going on, I believe, in politics than what we see on face value.
Absolutely, there is. Absolutely. And I don't know that we'll dig in and find out the answers.
No.
No, they don't want you to.
Sure.
The thing about Soros came out, and I wasn't aware of it, so I started talking about it on the air when I was made aware of it. And I believe Jones is the name of the district attorney, isn't it?
Chris Jones?
Is that his name? The
it Chris
DA?
Jones?
No,
Yeah.
Will.
No, Will Jones.
Will Jones.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Chris
Yeah.
Jones is who?
He's running for Congress, I believe, against French Hill.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. You're right. You're right.
Bottom line is that
They can't keep up.
it's politics. It's hard to keep up. Anyway, people just got fed up with it.
Right.
And they took it out on David, and David didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, it wasn't him. And these groups can do that to you.
Right. Right. And sometimes it does hurt the candidate
And
more
it
than it
does.
helps them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It does. And when the information came out that Soros was dumping money into the DA's race, I think it swung it overwhelmingly at that point towards the guy who's in there right now.
Right. Yeah.
Kind of interesting. Politics is a very strange animal.
No question.
So you went into a job that kind of borders on the twilight zone sometimes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. From one to another.
Yeah, I mean,
Out of one fire
it's
and
just
into the next.
really weird. I mean, you watch a campaign and it's like the one they unwrap the lady's face and she looks beautiful and everybody else is ugly. That going on. It's, I mean, the same thing is happening down in the sheriff's race in Saline County. And I'm sure there's some other races in the state that are that way. It's just interesting which races end up being the most notable races that are out there. I think the Secretary of State race has become such a lightning rod race because of paper ballots or no paper ballots.
Right.
That's all there. Thurston, when he was Secretary of State, I had him on many times. I mean, he was a big fan of the show, and he came on and he said, "I don't understand what the argument was, because if a county wants to go to paper ballots, they can vote in paper ballots, and do that." Now, some things happened with the legislature about they have to pay for all the paper ballots and things of that nature. So I understand that gets into the mix as well. But sometimes the issue that people make the most important issue isn't important at all.
Right. Right. I'm not educated enough on the arguments that the paper ballot outweighs the machine. I know what the accusations are on both sides.
Yeah.
But I don't have enough firsthand research to be real confident.
Well, anybody who's listened to this show knows I have Colonel Conrad Reynolds on a lot, and he's one of the biggest pushers of paper ballots here in Arkansas. Works with the president, in fact, about paper ballots. And I understand about paper ballots, but here's what I also understand. And now, Colonel, don't call me, okay? I understand that you're going to get upset with what I'm going to say. But I grew up outside of Chicago. And when I was a young man, and I'm talking about till I was out of college, paper ballots were used in Chicago, and they cheated their butts off. I mean, it's known, if you go back to 1960, that Daley delivered the presidency to John F. Kennedy.
Right.
Through ballot box stuffing. And
Well, to that now, though, we have cameras, though, that we can put on people. And I get that part. But I would tell you, yesterday, I know we have to go to break, but real quick, see that Dell sign on the back of the computer? I voted yesterday. The piece of paper was that long for one race, right? And the top of it, the only part that was used was the top where that Dell sign is, right on the back of that computer. And the sheet was this long. And I was just like, that could have taken like 5 votes. So talk about wasting, that's wasteful, like totally wasteful.
All right. Well, we got to take a break. We got news coming up, and we're going to get to that. Chris is going to hang out with us here in the next half hour. Ann will join us, and you'll get to talk to Ann McElmany at 8:45. All right, which is 6:45 where she's at. She's out in California, so she's 2 hours behind us. So she's getting up early, drinking her coffee early to talk to us. Here's your news.
With SRN News, I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. Congress is moving closer to reopening parts of the Department of Homeland Security with funding. The weeks-long budget impasse has meant TSA and other federal workers have gone without pay. The Senate voted overnight to restore most DHS funding except for immigration enforcement. It now goes to the House. Air raid sirens sounded in Israel early today as the military said it was working to intercept Iranian missiles. Iran also kept up its attacks on Gulf Arab neighbors. A federal judge has ruled in favor of AI company Anthropic in temporarily blocking the Pentagon from labeling the company as a supply chain risk. The judge said the broad punitive measures taken against the Anthropic company by the Trump administration appeared to be arbitrary. Stock futures have been pointing down all morning. This is SRN News.
These are uncertain times. Ongoing geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and beyond continue to shake global markets, driving up energy costs and creating widespread volatility. Gold has responded as history shows it does, climbing to new highs as a proven safe haven against inflation and unrest. Silver follows strong, offering even more protection for diversified portfolios. Call True Gold Republic at 800-300-GOLD for your free guide on protecting your retirement. If you're 55 or older, approaching or enjoying retirement, and have significant savings, you understand why stability matters now more than ever. Paper assets can vanish in a crisis, but precious metals have endured for generations. True Gold Republic helps Americans like you protect what you've built with real gold and silver IRAs. Call 800-300-GOLD for your free wealth protection guide today. No obligation, just information. Consult your tax professional before investing. Call 800-300-4653. That's 800-300-GOLD.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. You might miss someone who has valuable skills to offer to help your business thrive right now and in the future. Because the truth is this: Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. When you let their story unfold, you gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. See the real person, complete. See what others miss. Hire skills first. Learn why it's a competitive advantage at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
This is 101.1, The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. Start your morning with a voice you know and trust. Dave Elswick, bringing you the issues that matter to Arkansas, the news behind the headlines, and conversations you won't hear anywhere else. Then in the afternoon, stay informed and fired up with Doc Washburn, breaking down the biggest stories of the day and what they mean for you. And all day long, hear from some of the biggest voices in talk radio. CNN's Scott Jennings, Mike Gallagher, and Larry Elder, bringing you sharp insight, lively debate, and the perspective you've been looking for. News, opinion, insight, and the conversations shaping our community. From Little Rock to the Natural State and beyond. This is 101.1, The Answer. 101.1, The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. The Dave Elswick Show is back. 101.1, The Answer.
All right, back with you here on the Dave Elswick Show. Chris and I sitting here talking during the break, and it's I don't, to be honest now, I've been here for 26 years now. And I've been on the radio here for 26 years. I don't think there's been any other race that I can point my finger at that has gotten as down and dirty as this Secretary of State race.
No, I can't.
That's going on right now. I mean, there's been some real good governors races that if they'd want to throw feces around, they could have thrown feces around. You know.
I think maybe it's because they blocked the paper ballots that Trump wants to, and people are just aggravated because they voted for a governor who appointed a current Secretary of State that doesn't support what Trump wants. Maybe that's it. You know what I mean? They thought when they voted for Governor Huckabee Sanders that they were getting Trump, and she's not Trump, obviously. But I think that may be a lot of it. Like, people are upset because she's not following along and her appointed Secretary of State, so they want to get someone in there who's not aligned with her. That's what I think.
Yeah, but I don't understand.
I don't either. But that's what I'm just.
Why
like,
all the?
Why
poo,
so desperate?
Why all the poo being?
Yeah,
thrown?
I don't either. I think just people are just aggravated.
You know, I think the point of politics and the two-party system and everything that we have is so that everyone doesn't line up. And I think that everyone shouldn't line up. We should be able to have discourse. That's the way it used to be, and that discourse has turned into something that's so ugly that people can't have conversations anymore.
Right. The name calling, resort to the.
Let me just tell you what, when I came out that I was supporting Donald Trump, I had people that I had been friends with for years that stopped talking to me.
I didn't agree with you then either. Remember? If you remember correctly, I didn't agree.
Yeah.
But I liked his policies, but I didn't agree with everything that he did or said, but I do.
And what was my answer to you? You're not voting for your priest.
Right.
You're voting on a politician.
That's right. That's right.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
I mean, I get.
I mean, I differ with the man at times on some things and some of the things that he does, but overall, I'm a Trump man as far as what he's doing.
And I hate when people say, "Oh, you're a maggot. You're brainwashed." Let me tell you something. We were throwing these policies out and not sticking to the wall way before Trump even thought about becoming a Republican. So who's using who here as a dummy?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's just the vessel that's getting all the things done that Republicans wanted done.
What do I refer to Democrats as? Useful idiots. I mean, that's exactly what I refer. What Stalin called. I most of them don't know the issues.
Right.
And they rely on. I feel, and don't use that word with me when you're talking a political issue.
Right.
What are the facts of the political issue?
Yeah, facts, absolutely.
And let's talk about them. And I found that most people that are strongly to the left, they don't give a crap about the facts.
Right. Yeah. Often. I found the same thing.
Yeah. You found.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean,
all right, you agree with Dave too much. You got to go.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Trying to be reasonable.
No, I know. You always. He is so like the non-confrontational.
Well,
No, I like it though.
He's
like, to be confrontational when it's time.
He's like Enrico.
Right. Yes, balance.
And I'll tell you what, Enrico Rivera, who's guy comes on my show each Thursday, is an Israeli. He's an American citizen, and we have him on, and he grew up in Israel, and he brings a totally different perspective on the air about what's going on in the Middle East, and I have him on to do that.
Calmly.
Yeah. He can get fired up if necessary. All right. I still can't believe that he does the modeling for those romance novels.
That was so funny.
Yeah, he's like Fabio.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's really popular over in Israel.
Wow.
About it.
The model, like on these, probably on a billboard.
He's on these
romance novels.
Good looking guy, Val?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's too young for me, but yeah.
Right.
I'm old.
Well, you're not a cougar yet.
I don't know. I could be. Don't want to be. No. I've had no. No. Sorry, y'all are the same age as my children.
It's really Well, some women they're happy about that.
I have friends that do.
That's like the middle. It's like this middle school teacher that we talked about earlier today in New Jersey that was having sex with her, but several of the allegedly with several of the male students.
Yeah, our high school kids, friends.
Not high school.
Yeah.
Not high school. Middle school.
Middle school.
Yeah,
Right?
we're talking pre-13-year-olds. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And like the name that popped into my mind immediately when I read that story was Laterno.
Yeah.
Because
she got pregnant.
That's what she was doing with a middle schooler.
Wild.
There's something not right there.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to wish we could dig in and find out.
They're together.
Yeah.
Now,
I think
she got out. They're together.
I think they broke up.
Did they?
Yeah.
I'll have to look into that because I hadn't looked in a
long
time, but it's a couple of years. But that was crazy.
I think it was she wouldn't change his diaper.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, we think it's so wild when women do it because it's so abnormal, but I mean,
but it's getting more and more normal.
Yeah.
I think it's happening a lot more than people think it is.
Oh, I think so too.
I just we can't understand it because we don't have that brain deficit.
Sickos.
Well, It's a strange story. It just really is. We got a stranger story coming up here in a few minutes. I'm going to take you back. This, I'm thinking maybe 15 years ago is when we started doing this. When Rose Mims brought me the book and the documentary about this doctor in Philadelphia, Kermit Gosnell. And I watched the documentary, and oh my Lord. I mean, there's a video you can see. It's called Gosnell, The Untold Story of America's Most Prolific Serial Killer.
That's the book.
Yeah, that's the book.
Mhm.
And I'm just telling you, I had some bad dreams for a little while on that, because he was just, I was in news before I went in to talk. That's typically, that's the way it works a lot of times. And I covered the, I'm trying to think of her name now. And she was a teenager, and she killed a Bible school teacher and stabbed her 35 times.
Oh, wow.
With a butcher knife. And I had the coroner on. This happened where I was working at that time. And I got the final interview with her before she was sentenced to life in prison. Paula Cooper. That's not Paula, different. Paula Cooper is the one that goes with Clinton. This is a different Cooper. But she killed this lady, and I got the final pool interview with her. My interview had to be shared with the newspapers and everything. One interview, the judge said, and I went in and talked to her. And when I looked at her, when you looked her in the eyes, her irises filled up a lot of her eyeball, and they look like bottomless pits of black.
Wow.
Wow.
That's what they look like. And my last question is, look, we know all of the problems that came out of this. If you're killing this woman and now you've been tried as an adult and going to prison. This is when Evan Bayh was the governor, and they put her in prison, and rightly so, because I'm going to tell you my last question. Would you have done it differently now? I mean, if you had it to do over again, would you? She looked at me. It made a headline in the Chicago Tribune. I killed the bitch again.
Wow.
Wow.
That's what she said.
Well, you say that about the eyes.
That's evil. I'm just telling you, I was sitting in the presence of evil when I talked to her.
Chris, do you remember what I told you of my theory on the eyes?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Have you
That's
forgotten
wild.
it?
No, I
Have
have.
you
No,
looked?
no, you go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this has been my theory, because like I said, I'm a nerd when it comes to crime.
This is pretty wild.
Having years ago had the Crime Chronicle, but if I have watched so many serial killers and psychopaths, I'm not one, just saying. But if you look
There's
at their,
people that would differ with
yeah,
you.
well, of course, yeah, I know. But if you look at their eyes, one eye is smaller than the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I went back and I did some research on it. And the genetic makeup that dictates, I guess, whether you're going to be a psychopath or not, has something to do with the same one that makes up your eye, how your eyes are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But their eyes are always smaller. And I was just looking at Kermit's, and his eye is smaller. Ted Bundy's smaller. And then Chris,
So she tells me, and I just start randomly picking serial killers and Googling them and looking at their pictures, and it's accurate, Dave.
It's crazy. I haven't told you that. That's my new theory over the last year. Well, since last year I was here.
Well, the Bible's known this forever. I mean, they always said that your eyes were the mirror of your soul.
Right.
Well, it definitely has something to do with the size of your eye. I will tell you that.
I just know looking at her, it's like you look at somebody who has no empathy, no sympathy for anybody. And that's the way she was. And, I think that I mean, after she killed the woman, her and her friend stole the lady's car and went joyriding in it and riding around in front of all their friends and whole night. It's crazy. It was one of the craziest stories I did. The really craziest murder story I ever covered, Val, was a guy who robbed Mercantile Bank in Hammond, Indiana. And the robber killed the teller that he took the money from. Come to find out, it was his mom.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what?
Yeah, she could have identified him immediately. And he killed her during the robbery.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But if you look
You
at
do
the video,
news, I'm going to tell you what, you run into everything.
Yeah.
look at the screen. You see his eyes?
Oh, yeah.
Immediately you can pick it out. And you'll never forget that now. I cannot look at criminals now and I'm like, is he psychopath? Is he a psychopath?
Every one of them that I looked up after she said that, I started looking at serial killers, and they all had one eye smaller than the other.
Since we're talking serial killers, you call Ann while we take the break, and we'll have Ann McAnally on. She wrote the book about the guy. She did a documentary about Kermit Gosnell. Stick with me, Chris. You can stay around for the interview as we started off. And if you get questions, feel free to chime in. You're gonna hear all about the ultimate evil when we come back here on the Dave Elswick Show.
The price of gold has topped $5,000 an ounce. So how much will you make when gold hits $6,000? Investors are taking advantage of a little-known gold investment released by the government. Now you can too, with our free special report from veteran trader Jim Woods called Gold Wealth Boosters. This new report outlines investments that have returned 12 to 26 times more than investing in gold bullion. Get your free Gold Wealth Boosters report. Log on to eaglegoldreport.com. eaglegoldreport.com.
We had a great vacation, but then we came back home, and after a few days, we found bed bugs or hitchhikers. We're pretty sure they joined us during our travels. That's not the souvenir we wanted, but thanks to the Bug Man, we're better now. We just wish we'd called them sooner because, unfortunately, they had spread from room to room.
Call the Bugman at 663-9464 or go to bugman.com and check out their coupons. No contracts required. The Bugman has been serving our community for 45 years. Call 663-9464.
Did you hear Congressman French Hill on the Dave Elswick Show?
Needs to make sure that Iran does not have an active ballistic missile threat to the region, and they end their nuclear program and they stop funding terror proxies. And this is from one of their across the Persian Gulf neighbors, the UAE, and that's exactly the kind of response we need. And I think Trump right to be irritated with NATO. I mean, America.
I agree.
Immediately, we came immediately to the defense of Ukraine, which there's no question about it. And you and I are in full agreement on that Russia should not take Ukraine.
No.
And I agree with it. However, we replumbed the entire oil and gas industry to benefit Europe because of Russia's illegal, murderous invasion of Ukraine. And here, Europe and all around the world is dependent on the Straits of Hormuz and Persian Gulf oil production. Therefore, it's logical then that NATO and other American allies would, be supportive.
Don't miss Congressman Hill, Wednesday mornings at 7 on the Dave Elswick Show, 101.1. The Answer.
Here at 101.1 The Answer, we've got a brand new studio phone number that makes it easier for you to connect with us. Whether you want to talk to Dave Elswick, Doc Washburn, or any of our other local hosts, it's now easier than ever to let us know your thoughts. Just call 501-401-1011. 501-401-1011. One more time, 501-401-1011.
The conservative voice of Arkansas, the Dave Elswick Show on 101.1. The Answer.
I spend a lot of time when I'm streaming and watching TV shows on ID, and watching a lot of those crime shows that they do. I met a lady several years back. I'm thinking 2011, 2012, maybe, that I met in McElhaney, and she had written a book called Gosnell, The Untold Story of America's Biggest Serial Killer. Ann is with us today. first, as soon as I saw early this week that Gosnell had died in prison, I got a hold of her, and I wanted to say hi to her, because I'm going to tell you what, she's a hero in my book, and because she got out and told the truth about this, and a lot of people still didn't believe that this went on. Now they do. I mean, in Philadelphia, it's a slam dunk about this. Anne, how are you?
I'm great. It's lovely to hear your voice, Dave. Yes, I think you're right. I think it was probably 2011. I was in Arkansas. I think that's where we met.
Yeah, because Rose Mims from Arkansas Right to Life brought you in to show the documentary that you did on this guy. Do you still have dreams about this guy?
You know, every now and again I think about him, but I mostly think about his victims. You know, I think about baby boy A, and I'm not the only one. We came across a girl many years ago when we did this story who actually got a tattoo on her wrist with baby boy A, so that he would always be in her prayers. She said, kind of extraordinary, because obviously he's one of the victims. He's one, but it's also this boy, this baby, who was born alive, who had his neck cut with scissors, but who, because he was so big and he curled around in this Tupperware container that he was thrown into, that even the staff who were hard-hearted, they took photographs of him, and those photographs sealed Gosnell's fate and put him in prison forever. So even though he lived for a short time, baby boy A made a huge difference.
Just talking about this
Like, it doesn't
makes me emotional.
I know.
It really does.
Yeah.
I used to get emotional talking to Anne about this.
Like, how in the heck could somebody do that to a baby?
Well, he did the worst thing.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Thousands and thousands of babies. I mean, we also did a podcast series about it, and we revisited the whole place and the site, and went into the clinic, which at the time the door was open, and we were able to push it open. And we saw line upon line, shelf upon shelf, of files of all of the people that had been there. And these files, each one of them represented a baby that had been murdered in this extraordinary way. And I also, it's also something that people might want to do is, I mean, obviously I've read the whole of the grand jury report. And in the grand jury report, they talked about the Sunday babies, which they said would have been bigger than even the ones that they discovered, because he didn't even allow the workers to come in on a Sunday. But the worst thing of all in all of this, one of the thing that really always stays with me, is the fact that the people who had the beautiful jobs in Harrisburg in the Department of Health, yes, my mother used to talk about pensionable jobs, those kind of really great jobs that you have for life and that'll give you a lovely pension. Those people sat on their bottoms while 2 women died and these children were being killed. And it wasn't that they didn't know. They had gotten report after report after report. They'd gotten complaints and complaints. And you know what they did? They did nothing. They never went and inspected the clinic. Samika Shaw died in 2000. She was a young African-American mother after a botched abortion. They didn't inspect the clinic after that. And then 9 years later, Karnamaya Monger, a young Bhutanese refugee, she'd come to America after spending 20 years in a refugee camp in Nepal, and she came all the way here, finally to the American dream, only to end up dead after a botched abortion in Gosnell's clinic. And one of the things that I always think about with her, she didn't speak English, and you can imagine what it must have been like for her. The place was filthy. There were cats walking around. There was cat feces. People were defecating in the corridors because the toilets were blocked up with remains of babies. And she must, she must have literally realized, oh my God. And of course, the people who worked there weren't qualified. None of them were nurses.
Well, a lot of them were drug addicts.
Oh, absolutely. And even worse than that. And he was sexually assaulting many of them. There was a lot of reports of that as well. And he took photographs of women. I mean, just extraordinary. But this woman is lying on a gurney, and she must realize, oh God, I'm in real trouble here. I'm going to die. So she starts getting agitated. And they phoned Gosnell, the unqualified nurses. They phoned Gosnell and said, she's putting up a fuss. And he said, mad her up. And that's what killed her. They filled her up with drugs, and she died of an overdose of anesthesia. I mean, what an end, and what an awful. Imagine her family having to know that, and you know, and in terms of, and you said that you don't have nightmares about it. I mean, how extraordinary. Jim Wood, when he did the raid, the original raid, he is such a rock star, such a wonderful human being. And he was working for the district attorney's office, and his whole beat was about drugs. But he found out about Carnamaya Mongar. He became her champion. Everyone said that he was her only champion. He was the one. No one had bothered to do anything about Carnamaya Mongar until Jim Wood turned up. He goes into the clinic, and Gosnell says to him, "Hey, you might want to look at this," and opens the fridge. And in the fridge, there is the remains of Carnamaya Mongar's baby in a plastic bag, and it had been there for months and months, and he had kept it like a trophy.
How many sets of feet did he have?
You know, I'm not 100% sure how many there were at the end, or how many Jim found, but you know, it was rows upon rows. There was like at least 20, and I've even had correspondence with one woman who realized, because on the original photographs you could see the names, and I had correspondence with a woman who was the grandmother of one of those babies with the feet, and she wrote the most beautiful message that I'll never, you know, she said that if we never meet in this life, that we'll meet together in glory. Yeah. Just beautiful. I mean, one of the things that I think for your listeners, it's very hard to listen to all of this. It's very tough stuff early in the morning. And here's what I would say to you that's extraordinary, that despite the evil, it is pure evil. He is pure evil. I met him in the prison, and he, you know, proudly was showing off his big hands, and I realized what those hands had wrought. And he was touching my leg, constantly touching my leg, and oh, I'm sorry, but he kept on doing it. But despite how extraordinarily evil he was, all the people I met through this investigation and through writing the book and making the movie were just amazing. And particularly, I think I could point out Detective Jim Wood, who was just an amazing human being, who I'm with, you know, still in contact with today. We're in a soul tie forever through this story, you know. And including yourself, Dave. I mean, like I still remember so distinctly being in Arkansas, you know, and all the good people that were there, and so many people around the country in the pro-life movement who are trying to do good for these children who are the victim of a Holocaust.
Yeah, you know, I was talking about I've talked to a lot of criminals in my lifetime because I was a news reporter. But there's criminals, and then there's evil. This man was evil.
Yeah.
It really was. I got to take a break for news. I'm going to put you on hold. Pour yourself another cup of coffee because it's early out there on the West Coast. And we'll come back and talk some more in the next hour of the Dave Elswick Show. Thanks. News is up next here on the Dave Elswick Show.
At 1011fmtheanswer.com. Download our apps, stream us 24/7, or watch us at snc.tv. KDXE, Kamek Village, Little Rock.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. Legislation to pay TSA workers is now heading to the House after being approved by the Senate overnight.
The Senate has approved Homeland Security funds that will pay TSA workers who haven't seen a paycheck in weeks. It also funds most other agencies, but not immigration enforcement. Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said his party will continue to make sure that ICE doesn't get more funding without serious reform. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says it's the Democrats' fault there's no Homeland Security funding bill this year. The bill now goes to the House. Donna Water, Washington.
Air raid sirens sounded in Israel early today as the military said it was working to intercept Iranian missiles. Iran also kept up its attacks on Gulf Arab neighbors. Retired Army Colonel Robert McGinnis tells the Salem Radio Network that President Trump is negotiating with whom he believes to be the right leadership in Iran.
Now, the question is, will we come to know who those credible people are that has control over what IRGC and Baji and other internal leadership and enforcement security forces, do they really influence that? Do they speak for them? Is there a unified government?
Correspondent Bernie Bennett has an update on the Republican push for the Senate to pass the Save America Act.
Democrats, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, have shown an interest in voter ID, which has grown in popularity among voters across the country. Still, Democrats blocked an amendment to the Safeguarding American Voter Eligibility, or Save America Act, from Ohio Republican Senator John Husted, meant to put them on record for that position. Schumer said ahead of the vote that, quote, Republicans are once again wasting time on voter suppression. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
In early trading on Wall Street, the Dow is down more than 400 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
A legal victory on immigration for the Trump administration.
An appeals court says the U.S. can continue to hold immigrants in detention without bond. The 8th Circuit Court of Appeals in St. Louis overturned a lower court ruling that required that a Mexican citizen be given a bond hearing before an immigration judge. Last month, another appeals court ruled in favor of the Trump administration, saying that denying bond hearings to immigrants arrested across the country is consistent with the Constitution and federal immigration law. I'm Donna Water.
A federal judge has ruled in favor of AI company Anthropic in temporarily blocking the Pentagon from labeling the company as a supply chain risk. The judge said she was also blocking enforcement of President Trump's directive ordering all federal agencies to stop using Anthropic and its chatbot, Claude. News and analysis at townhall.com. Record bonuses were handed out on Wall Street last year.
The New York State's comptroller's annual estimate of bonuses paid to security industry employees who work in New York City reports that the average bonus rose to $246,900. That's up 6% from the previous year. The report links the jump to Wall Street profits rising more than 30%. The report also says that while bonuses are up, actual job growth has slowed, and geopolitical conflicts are posing extraordinary risks for the short and long-term outlook. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
There's a new crypto mortgage offering on the way. Prospective homebuyers who have invested in certain cryptocurrencies will be able to use their holdings as collateral to fund their down.
This is 101.1. The Answer. Here's your forecast.
It's going to be bitterly cold again today. High temperature somewhere between 25 and 35. Low tonight in the mid-teens, if not colder.
Don't miss out on the latest news. Operation Epic Fury is here, and we're giving you the inside information. Make sure you're listening for all the details on Operation Epic Fury, right here on 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk.
All right, going back in the Wayback Machine today on the Dave Elswick Show. You'll remember, it's about 2011, and I have agreed on the date that Ann McEnany joined us here on the Dave Elswick Show, showed up over at Riverdale 10, showed at that time her documentary, and you could buy her book as well, about Kermit Gosnell, Philly, and this he's the United States' most prolific serial killer. He probably killed thousands of people, just to be honest. And if you haven't read Ann's book, you should read it. And when was the last time that he called you and wanted to talk to you? She's still there? Hello, Ann, are you there?
She might be on hold.
Yeah, she may have put her phone on hold. Anyway, we'll try. Let it. You try to reconnect with her, and we'll have Ann back on. But this guy, after he was found guilty and went to prison, in the middle of the night, sometimes he would call Ann up.
How creepy.
And talk to her. Yeah, I don't know what it was that the kind of I don't know relationship they developed, because she interviewed him several times for her documentary and stuff, and it's just weird.
Yeah,
this guy was a weird cat. He really was. He was, what can you say? He's weird if he's a serial killer.
Right.
I mean, that goes without saying, but still, he was really different. Is she back with us now?
Ann, are you back?
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
guys.
here.
Yeah.
That's all right. We've got you on now.
Yeah.
When's the last time you talked to Gosnell? Because he used to call you.
Yeah. No, I think it must be like something like 8 years ago, the last time I talked to him. Yeah. I mean, that's right. He used to call, and it was so weird. It could be the middle of the night. It could be, not quite the middle of the night, but could be in the middle of the day or I'd be doing something, and the next thing I'd get this call, and it would say, "Are you willing, will you take a call from Huntington Prison?"
Yeah.
And of course, my answer was always, as a journalist, my answer was always yes. But I have to say, it was very challenging, because he had this demeanor. His voice was like he sounded like someone who had just played a game of golf. He had this very, very jovial, very upbeat kind of, really creepy, really disturbing, given who he was and what he had done. I mean, it was very disturbing. But it went on for a long time.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't. Do you ever wonder, when you're sitting by yourself, what was it between the two of you that he thought that you were like the person he needed to talk to?
I think there weren't many people talking to him. He wasn't. I don't think his family were talking to him. I'm not sure who was talking to him, and for some reason he was trying to get his story out, or trying to get some kind of, hoping to persuade somebody of that was okay. He was brilliant at trying to do that. Like that, he had obviously persuaded a lot of people, the people who worked for him, that they were doing something that was, somehow that was okay. I mean, I don't know. I mean, how can you understand the mind of an evil murderer, serial killer? I mean, it's very disturbing. Very disturbing.
What was he calling you for, Ann? What was he talking to you about?
I was just thinking about the thing we talked about the last time, and I wanted to just say, and he, could be anything. And then sometimes he was complaining about, that he wasn't getting membership, that he wasn't getting into the poetry class. at the prison, and that whatever. And would I come back and visit him and buy him treats, because in the prison, in the room where we met, there was a vending machine where there was like cheese snacks that you could buy. And I thought about that thing. You asked me that question, but of course, any question I asked that was actually, very specific to what had happened and what he had done and how he had altered the ultrasound, because in Pennsylvania, which by the way is already barbaric, you can have an abortion up to 24 weeks legally. And he had admitted actually at the raid when Detective Jim Wood was there, he had actually admitted that he had moved the wand to make the baby look smaller so that it would be so that they could write that into the ultrasound onto the scan. And so he sort of tried to, I think that wasn't, that's not exactly what happened. And he was always trying to sell himself as innocent.
Yeah, he was always deflecting, always.
Yes. Yeah.
That was what he was always doing. We've got the picture for you who are watching the stream. That picture that's up right now, that's of the first child and the neck snip that Gosnell did to killing. It is unbelievable what this guy did. It really is, and it's unbelievable. So many people looked the other way with this guy.
Yeah, and you have to wonder as well. Given the story with him and how long he got away with this, and how the Department of Health in Harrisburg did nothing. Where else is this happening around the country?
Yeah.
I wouldn't for a second believe that he's the only one. And he got drunk on the money. Like, the money was huge. I know that when the house was raided, like in the daughter's bedroom, which the whole house was squalid, a really horrible place. I just talked to Jim Wood the other day, and he was remembering that the bedroom of the daughter, where they found $250,000, there was a hole in the roof. She was wearing a raincoat in the bedroom. It was all this kind of bizarre stuff. So he was getting these lumps of money, massive amounts of money. Had a house down at the coast, had a boat. Had, I think, 16 houses. I think he had a huge number of houses that he had bought. If he liked the money, he liked the power. And I'm just wondering that combination is one that you can just imagine could be attractive to certain people. And where else is this happening in the country? And are the authorities looking the other way? And my answer would be for sure, 100%. And the kind of people who are attracted to doing this kind of work, you have to wonder. Like Walter Hearn in Boulder, Colorado, who's only recently retired, who was delivering, who was aborting babies right up to full term. What kind of people are these? But yeah, I'd be suspicious of the authorities because they don't want to inspect abortion clinics. They don't want to do and what's very unfortunate is that the governor at the time who presided over this in a way was Governor Tom Ridge, a Republican.
Yeah.
Who had gotten the governorship through saying that he wanted to be, he was the pro-choice. He was the pro-choice candidate. And that's what, that's what he wanted to do. And he had in fact given instructions to the Department of Health, hands off the abortion clinics and stop doing these inspections. But because the inspections were always, finding issues, but not quite to this extent. And they just stopped altogether.
It would be if they would have, they could have saved hundreds of babies. There's just no doubt about it. They could have done that. They had the ages were from 12 to 28 weeks, stored in a variety of non-medical containers, such as plastic water jugs or cat and dog food containers.
Yeah, exactly. Minute Maid containers, juice containers, all kinds of things. And they were in these fridges, by the way. Some of them were in fridges where people had their lunches.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And he, one of the disturbing stories as well is that Jim Wood, the night of the raid, it was people from the department, from the district attorney's office, from the DEA, from the FBI, this huge task force came and raided the clinic, but also they brought with them people from the Department of Health because the clinic was full of people, of patients, basically. And there was a procedure about to start, and Jim Wood and Jason Huff, who was the FBI agent, both objected strenuously and said, "There's no way you can let this guy go ahead and do this." And the Department of Health said, no, he needs to be allowed to keep going. And they allowed him to do a procedure. And he came out of that with bloody gloves that were torn, and he ate his salmon teriyaki with the gloves still on. And Jason Huff famously said to Jim Wood, like, he's never been able to eat salmon teriyaki since because of what he witnessed that night. And we had that in the movie. We showed that in the movie with Dean Cain playing the role of Detective Jim Wood, and of just being completely, gobsmacked by what he saw.
Now, when you made the movie, you ran into to trouble getting it made, did you not?
All the time, every last thing, every moment of making the film was problematic, including even trying to get people to be cast in the movie who would, do an audition, and we'd say this is great, and then they'd be delighted and it was marvelous, and then 3 days later, oh, I forgot, actually I'm going on holidays during the summer, and basically they'd talk to their friends and realized, and the friends had said, you can't do this. But also we shot the film in Oklahoma, and we had chosen to go to Oklahoma because it was a right to work state, and we didn't want to have to do a union show, and we were doing fine. Everything was going great, and people were even paid more than they would have been paid if they'd been on a union show, in fact. And we had breakfast for people, and we had lunch and all kinds of things. And the next thing, I get a phone call from, the union, some union woman who had, clearly been to Berkeley and spoke that kind of nonsense. And she said, "We're going to shut you down. If you don't pay up, we're going to shut you down." And we had raised money for the film. We'd raised, I think, I don't know, more than $2 million. We raised a bunch of money from the public, from really good people, to make this film. So we had the responsibility of not losing the money, and we had to hand over a bunch of money to this woman. And I remember she came, and one of the line producer, John Sullivan, who's a great guy, was with me, and he said, "Let's meet them at we met them at a gun range." Just to upset them.
Nice. Love it.
For the handover, because I just thought, these are terrible people. But we couldn't afford to have the show shut down. So, but we're, and then getting the film out, getting the film distributed was also very challenging. We had situations where people would, we'd know where the film would be on, and we'd say to people, we'd give interviews and we'd say it's going to be on here or whatever. And then people would arrive there and there'd be no poster up. They wouldn't have it on the marquee. When they try to buy tickets, somebody would say, "Oh, you don't want to go and see that. You want to see this instead."
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But despite all of that, it was a huge success, and, people really did appreciate the movie, which is a lot softer than the book. Thank you for the shout out for the book, because we're very proud of the book. But
I read the book before I saw the documentary, and as far as I thought it was done in documentary style, and the book is great. Again, it's Gosnell, the untold story of America's most prolific serial killer. You can pick it up off of Amazon. It's like $10, as far as that. Kindle, it's about $9.
It's a page turner. I often say about the book that, like, you read a page of the book and it's like the worst, the worst thing you've ever read, and then you turn the next page and it's like,
it gets worse.
Okay, this is even worse. It even gets worse. I mean, it's very, very shocking. And I think what we did with the book, which you couldn't do in the movie, was, we have everything's there. There's no holds barred. We have all of the information there, and it's very disturbing. But I do, and I stand over it. We're very, very proud of it, because people need to know. And it's interesting, just since the story broke this week, we broke the story on Monday about Gosnell dying, and a lot of people have been writing to me, and like yourself, and getting in touch. And people are saying that the book, changed their lives, that they changed their mind completely on the issue of abortion, and the movie did the same thing. So it did some good, in the end.
And that's why they didn't want you to make the movie.
Correct.
It's sad that it makes you wonder how many more Gosnells are out there, and people know about them.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
That there's others. There's others that are out there. I mean, look, we know what was the gentleman's name in California that did all of the undercover filming and was proving that the abortion clinics were selling organs and stuff. They put him in jail.
David Daleiden. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a hero that guy is. I love that guy. He's amazing. Yeah, and what he did, going undercover and exposing those people and showing them, eating their fancy food and having glasses of wine and laughing about body parts of babies and how much they would sell them for.
Now Gosnell didn't sell them though, right? He just kept them as trophies.
No. Yeah, we don't have. He didn't. He just kept a lot of them as trophies, and he just. The place was so dirty, so filthy. There would be he wouldn't have been capable of sending off body parts. The place was in such disarray. But he was making so much money from these late-term abortions. It was, and they weren't late-term abortions; they were late-term murders. People were paying thousands and thousands of dollars, and he didn't even know what to do with the money. As I said, $250,000 found, and this is years ago. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Found in cash in a child's bedroom,
Yeah, it's still a lot of money. I mean, it's still a lot
of money. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture of Gosnell right now, and it's like every other serial killer, and I've dealt with a few of them. Doesn't look like, I can't believe that guy killed people.
Right.
And that's what Gosnell was. I mean,
Neighbor.
He could talk a blue streak when he wanted to, and I guess he was one of those people who could basically, talk his way out of a whole lot of stuff. What did he die of, Anne? Do you know?
We don't know. No, we don't know. But I think he was in ill health for the last few years. This is what we've heard.
Okay, well, it couldn't have been as bad as it should be. I'm just saying, that guy.
Yeah.
There's I believe that God punishes, and there's a really hot part of hell that this guy is in. I'm just saying, there's no doubt in my mind.
Oh yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind. So what have you been up to? Let me finish up the interview by talking to you. What have you been doing?
So, the most recent project we've been doing is after October 7th, after the massacre in Israel. We went to Israel just while the war had just started. And we traveled all over the country and interviewed people about what had happened on October 7th. We collected that testimony and wrote a play just with the words of the people who survived. And we had it for 6 weeks in New York, had it in Princeton, we've had it in Bowdoin College, where Mamdani set up Students for Justice in Palestine. We've had it at UCLA on the first anniversary of October 7th, and we've had it at the Trump Kennedy Center. And we're hoping to bring it, to a lot of other places too, including maybe Ireland, Harvard. So that's been the latest big project that we've been working on, and it's an amazing story and incredible the anti-Semitism that has been witnessed around the country and around the world after October 7th. It's hard to believe that we would ever see that kind of hatred again, but it's there, and it's the oldest hatred of all.
Yeah, definitely that. So you tell me, you say we, who's the we?
Me and my husband, Phelan McAleer, who we work together on everything, which is great, actually. I mean, it's really amazing. So yeah, he was a journalist long before I ever started in journalism. So very experienced, worked for the Financial Times in Romania. When we first got married, we lived in Romania for 7 years and both worked as journalists together there. So it's been quite a ride.
Yeah, well, it's not like you don't get involved in projects that are controversial.
That's right. Yeah, and we'll continue as long as we can, because the mainstream media, if they got their way, no one would have ever known about Gosnell. If they'd gotten their way,
you're right.
They didn't want to report on it. Sarah Cliff at the Times and the Washington Post said, "Oh, we don't report local stories." Yeah, well, what about Trayvon Martin? Was Trayvon Martin a local story? Was George Floyd a local story?
Mm-hmm.
So they eventually had to apologize, and they did send reporters, but it was very late in the day, and they didn't cover the story in the way that when the left want to cover a story, my God, the world hears about it, and forever. But if they don't want to cover it, they can be very successful at covering it up.
No, they'll spike your story. They'll make sure it doesn't get out. I've had quite a few stories in my career that have gotten spiked. I broke a story about the hospital in Terre Haute, Indiana, where the angel of death worked, and he was killing patients. And luckily, there was one nurse that couldn't live with it. She thought that this guy was up to it, and she sat down and talked to me, and we broke that on WIBC, and that guy's still cooling his heels in jail now, and that's where he belongs. I mean, I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
That's where he belongs.
Yeah.
That's
great work.
He was giving people. I think he was giving people shots of it was some kind of tranquilizer. It wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't the drug that everybody is trying to stop from getting into the United States now. Fentanyl. Yeah, I think that's what he was doing. But anyway, that was a crazy story as well. It's the reason I got into news stories like that.
Right.
That you can cover. So the play. I'm gonna make some phone calls. Do people reach you at this number? I kind of like to get your play here and let you put it on about. October 7th. That'd be
great. Well, that'd be great. That would really be great. I mean, it's very powerful. It's really powerful, and the actors that we have are amazing. So yeah, let's keep talking.
Okay, we'll do that. That's not hard for us to do. We can talk, and we keep on talking. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
All right, Ann. Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm glad the guy's dead. May he rot in hell.
All right. God bless.
All right. Have a good one. All
Bye-bye.
right. Yeah. And that's Ann. She wrote the book about Gosnell, did the movie about Gosnell. And if you've not seen the movie, I'm sure Amazon or Prime or one of them showing it. Dean Cain stars in it. John Voight stars in it. It's a well-made motion picture that you can watch. Anyway, he's dead now. I don't usually celebrate.
It looks like it's on Netflix
Okay. Yeah.
and Amazon.
Okay, so there you go. I mean, to be honest, I hadn't thought about him in quite some time. I thought about him a lot after the story became known to me, and boy, it's just unbelievable. That is a story that just keeps on kind of giving. All right, we're going to take a break. It'll take us directly into news, and then I'll be back to wrap up this hour. And we're going to have Razorback Zach next hour, and hopefully he's not too depressed today.
I want to ask Chris when we come back what his worst case was.
Okay, we'll do that here on the day. Yeah, I'm sure Chris has seen things that have been made. The reason I saw so many different things is I worked with the coroner so closely in Lake County, Indiana, that he would call me when he was going to a murder scene, and then I beat everybody there. This is the way it happened. All right, we got to take about a minute, and then we'll be to the news here on the Dave Elswick Show.
Pursue your passions and enjoy life, because a successful retirement isn't just how much you save. Life you live. Schedule a free evaluation now at TotalWealth.com. While you're at the website, download the free guide to Social Security. It'll help answer a lot of your questions. Go to TotalWealth.com or call 501-382-8800. 501-382-8800. One more time, go to TotalWealth.com or call 501-382-8800. That's 501-382-8800. 501-382-8800. Go to TotalWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Lucas Total Wealth, an Arkansas registered investment advisor. Arkansas Insurance License number 161527743.
On Salem News Channel, principled voices are shaping today's conversation. Scott Jennings brings clarity to the toughest debates. Josh Hammer's blistering commentary puts politics and culture on trial. And Alex Marlowe's insight connects us to what matters most. Watch anytime on Samsung TV Plus, Pluto TV, or find us on your screen at snc.tv. 3 new shows, 1 powerful lineup. Salem News Channel, across America.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean,
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The Dave Elswick Show continues now. 101.1, The Answer.
Okay, let's continue here. So again, if you go back and watch the movie about Kermit Gosnell. Chris has been sitting here. He's he was a cop at one time, and
A police officer.
You asked him what was what's the worst one that he's ever been to, murder or whatnot, and I was kind of thinking that I think I know how he was going to answer, and we had a little conversation here, and he answered exactly how I thought he was, because I was on the crime beat in Indianapolis for 3 years. And that meant anytime there was a murder, my beeper went off, and I got in the car, station car, and I drove to the scene, and I'd file stories from it. And after a while, you see. I know this is going to sound bad, all right? It maybe sounds bad on me, but you get used to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do. You just get. It's why I quit doing news.
You get immune to it.
I was. Yeah, I was telling Chris that I was covering a drug murder in Indianapolis. I was doing an early shot for the morning show from the scene, and they hadn't gotten it cleaned up or anything at that time. And I was talking to the POA guy, the guy who's talks to news crews and stuff. And I had him on doing a live shot, and a drug dealer had been shot and killed in his car. He was slumped over the wheel of his car. The trunk was open, the crack was still there, and the blood, though, while we were talking, had if you know anything the way they build streets, they make it so that the top is higher than the sides.
Yeah, like it crowns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that water runs off of them when it rains and things. And well, blood runs that way too. And we were sitting and I was talking to the PO and public affairs officer, and we got done. I wrapped it up, for WIBC News. I'm Dave Elswick, boom. And I looked down at the gutter, and it was full of blood from this guy being murdered there. And the PAO and I didn't even notice it. I mean, that's how it had gotten. They gotten that part. I went home early that morning. I got home after running by the hospital because another guy had gotten shot, was brain dead, and I went and covered that as well. But then, I sat and I told Linda I couldn't do it anymore, and that's how I ended up in talk. I ended up going to talk. They said, "Well, we're not going to let you go, Dave. Keep working for us." And I did. I loved working at IBC. I love working here. I love radio. That's my whole thing. I love radio.
Right.
It's that intense. It's you're reporting on it as it happens, and that I got hooked on it. I really did. I got hooked on it. So you said your first couple are the ones that really stay with you.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's, you ask which is your worst. Well, later in my career, encountering, anytime, kids or families or mothers and children, it bothers you. That's terrible. But at the point that you've been a part of that and seen that so many times, it's a shame the things that you can become used to.
Right.
So I would just have to go back to the early part of my career if you asked about the things that
shocked you,
stand out the most, because that's when things stood out. You grow to where they don't anymore.
How did you? This is going to be a real personal question, okay? Because it's personal when I think about it, and that is, did you start looking at humanity differently?
Absolutely, you do. It's terrible, the things that people do to each other, and I don't know. I wish everybody could realize it before they do it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, I told you about Wendy Gallagher and the guy who killed her, a little 16-year-old high school student in Griffith, Indiana. And this serial killer, who was a drifter, had come through Northwest Indiana. He finally was caught in Texas. In fact, if you remember back to this would have been in the late 80s, in San Antonio, they had the jail on one side of the street and they had the courtrooms on the other side, and they would walk the prisoners from kind of the top. They had a corridor that joined up the two buildings, and he went crazy as he was being taken to court, and he threw one of the cops off of that and killed him.
What?
Yeah, he killed a police officer doing that. I mean, he knew he was going away forever anyway.
Right.
And it just by that time, I was the same way. I was the same way. I be honest, I think of people like that just as trash. I don't have empathy for them. They don't have empathy for anybody else.
Yeah, you wonder how people get that way, though.
Yeah,
very much. I mean, how do you?
Yeah, like what makes you have no empathy for a child that you're doing these things to? You know what I mean?
Right.
That you probably don't even know.
Yeah.
I mean, we followed back with the Griffith police on Wendy Gallagher, and they figure that they saw her, or this guy saw her at the bus stop when she was getting on the bus to go home. And he knew what time that bus stopped. He was at that house before she got home, and she walked right into his clutches.
Right.
And the rest of the stuff is really, as we say, history. But that stuff gets to the point where you lose all of your humanity about it.
one like what you just mentioned reminds me of Ann Presley, which is not a
Yeah.
case,
I was
not a
just
case I worked, but that's
No.
what made me, you know,
Mhm.
what it made me think of when you just said that. And I was there, and I was a part of the department and talking with the guys who were out there working it. But again,
it was
not one
vicious.
of mine. Terrible. I mean, and just that, you know, just showed up at home.
Did he ever
And-
say why?
He just showed up. I mean, he saw her on television and stuff. I mean, even that guy may have, you know, came up, you know, a lot of people form connections with movie stars and stuff. They've never met
But
him.
it just was so brutal. That seems
Right.
so personal.
Right. Terrible.
Yeah. That's why I was just looking at that again the other day, and I don't know why I just came upon it, and it always that just
Yeah,
because
and that,
of what we do, you know, you
'Cause
always
if
think,
you
oh,
knew
somebody
Anne-
did, was she on a story, you know?
Anne was a nice person.
Mhm.
That's the key.
right.
You know, I understand why people ask the question, why do bad things happen to good people? I mean, I understand. I've seen a lot of it played out in front of me.
Right.
It just, you know, it's because we live in a fallen world.
And that gets so much press, or got so much press, because of who she was. But there's a lot of really great people out there who were regular working people that nobody knew their name. They weren't Ann Presley, and the same thing happened to them.
Well, like that's what the thing with the Nancy
Guthrie's, sure.
you know, it was like every day. And like, well, you got this other family over here in Alabama that's missing. The whole family, a mom, a daughter, and her little 3-year-old son, they're missing.
Right.
And nobody's talking about it, you know? And that kind of like, if she wasn't a famous celebrity host, would her mother have gotten that much attention, being that she
Probably
was
not.
a senior?
Sure. No, of course not.
She might not have get kidnapped either, though.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, that was in down around Phoenix.
Mhm.
And you remember the sniper
Mm.
serial killer in Phoenix?
Is that the one that went to DC?
No. It was 2 guys that were doing it.
Oh.
And they would just go out and drive around, see somebody and go, yeah, let's shoot that person.
Wow.
I don't remember that, I guess.
Yeah.
I remember the one that went somewhere,
the
came
Belt-
from somewhere and went to DC, the Beltway
The
one.
DC.
Yeah. I remember that one.
Beltway sniper. Yeah.
Because like you know, you talk about I didn't do it as long as y'all or anything like that, but when I did the Crime Chronicle, that was my job. I had to look into all the crime, and I got to where I would be like, don't go over here. Telling my kids, don't go over here. Don't go over here. Don't go to this place. You know, and it was like, because my kids.
It affects you.
Yeah, because I was like, they were like, God, Mom. I was like, no, you don't know what's happening in the city. Like I do.
Yeah.
And you can't turn it off once you know.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Right. I mean, unfortunately at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
you can't not see it anymore because it's firmly burned in your brain. I'm
Right.
telling you that.
I
Right.
remember the one that stuck in my head was the kid was the same age from Central. The one that the guy got out of prison and he shouldn't have been out, and he shot the Forrest Abrams. I want to say he went to Central High School, but he was out down in Southwest Little Rock.
Yeah.
Late hours of the night, and the guy that had just gotten out of jail got in the car with him and shot him.
Wow.
Like, and the kids were the same age as my kid at the time, and then the other one was the Sabaros.
Yeah. And that's the
Christian.
stuff that stands out
Yeah.
to you too. When you have a 2-year-old kid and you see something
Yeah.
happen with a 2-year-old kid, and it stands out because it stands out to you because of your,
I was thinking that about you all ago
yeah.
because you have a baby,
yeah. Yeah. I have
and
yeah.
just seeing those photos, I was thinking
Yeah.
about that. Like,
I have them from 21 on down to 1 year old.
gosh, you're nuts. No.
But yeah, it does. That's the stuff that stands out to you because you relate to it so closely, right?
So I can ask Chris my famous question that when they have a kid that's real old and you have a real young one, you haven't figured out what causes it?
Well, I did. No accidents here.
Okay.
No accidents.
Right.
I love it. Love being a dad.
Yeah, that's cool.
I think it
It
might
keeps
be
you young.
yeah, that's exactly. I really feel like it keeps me young, and I mean, probably the most important thing I've ever done. So,
Yeah, well,
That's what I feel about.
no
mine.
doubt about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
There is no doubt about that.
Yeah.
All right, I got to get the final break in. Let's do that. We'll finish up with Chris then and come back, talk to him a little bit more here for the final segment of the Dave Elswick Show. And I saw Razorback Zach slaundered in just a moment ago. He walked by the window, waved at me. So he doesn't look totally dejected.
Oh, he looks bummed out. I'm looking at him right now. He's
Yeah.
just like,
Yeah. He got
It was a rough one.
It was a tough. That was a resounding defeat last night. Yes,
I'll
there's
send
no
him
doubt
over.
about
Y'all
it.
can talk to him.
All right, we'll take the break here on the Dave Elswick Show.
This is 101.1, The Answer. Here's your forecast.
It's going to be bitterly cold again today. High temperature somewhere between 25 and 35. Low tonight in the mid-teens, if not colder. This is Albert Mohler for townhall.com. We learned in recent days that Leo Radvinsky, the owner of the vast website known as OnlyFans, has died at the age of 43 of cancer. OnlyFans is one of the most significant purveyors of pornography in all of human history. Through Radvinsky's leadership, the site exploded to 377 million users, bringing in more than $7.2 billion in revenue in a single year. It's not really possible to comment on this adequately without reference to theological terms. What we see here is the power of sin, the power of human depravity matched with human ingenuity. The OnlyFans platform was and is a deeply diabolical plan and strategy. And obviously, at least in financial terms, it works. But we know it doesn't work. It is sin and depravity and lust coupled with manipulation and oppression and enslavement. This week's headlines give us the opportunity to state the truth and to state it in what I hope are clear and unequivocal terms.
Looking for heavy equipment but don't know where to buy? Purple Wave Auction has you covered. Always online and always no reserve. It's your destination for construction or ag equipment ready to work. We even sell semis, trailers, and fleet equipment for your operation. Best part? It's free to join. Head to purplewave.com. That's purplewave.com. Sign up for a free account and start bidding today. Purple Wave Auction, the easiest and most straightforward way to buy and sell equipment.
Chris DeGaulle believes what he sees.
I can't say, gee, I don't want an impact on oil prices for 3 to 4 weeks, 2 months, and let Iran have a nuclear weapon and let them blow up the Middle East and beyond. I have to do what's right. I believe him. I think he's that consequential. History will be the judge, but I believe him when he says I had to do what was right.
The Chris DeGaulle Show, weekday mornings at 6, right before Dave Elswick at 7 on 101.1 The Answer. 101.1 The Answer. Weather.
We're going to see more normal spring-like temperatures today. High of only 75 under cloudy skies. Then sunshine for the weekend, 64 on Saturday and 77 on Sunday.
You can watch the show right now. The Dave Elswick Show is streaming live on Facebook. This is 101.1 The Answer.
All right, back with you, Dave Elswick Show. And we're down to about 9 minutes. Razorback Zach has made his way into the studio. I might have to figure out how to move that microphone a little closer to you so we'll be able to hear you.
He talks so loud I can hear him.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a pretty projecting voice.
Okay.
Yeah, he does.
You were able to get it out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so did you tie one on last night?
I didn't, but I wish we'd have seen a better effort. I really would have. And one of the things that stuck with me was one of the guys in the post game. I forget who it was. I think it was Ewan. He comes out and he says, "We just let go of the rope in the second half." I feel like you don't say that.
Yeah.
Even if you did, you don't say that. And that was my issue with it. But Arizona's a good team, and they're a big team too. And that's been our Achilles heel all season long, is we don't attack guys that are bigs.
Yeah. Now Miller, who used to be the coach there, and they fired him, if I'm not mistaken, last year. What school is he with right now?
You would ask me that, put me on the spot.
He's one of the 16. I forget which.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I can get it next hour.
Is it Iowa State?
Is it Iowa?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's a Big Ten school. I knew that.
No, Iowa State's Big 12.
Big 12.
Yeah.
One of them.
Yeah, he went, and he's turned them into winners.
Yeah.
You know?
I think, are they the lowest seed now?
I don't know.
I'd have to look at the bracket.
Probably they're I don't know.
You're the expert there.
They're a three seed.
Or are they a 3?
I think they're a 3
Wait, I'm
seed.
thinking of Iowa.
Yeah,
Iowa's like an 8 or 9.
Yeah, I think they are the highest seed left. And they knocked off Nebraska last night.
That one was a good game.
Yeah.
That one was a surprising game.
That was really a physical game. That was Big Ten basketball last night.
Oh, yeah.
In that game, they're banging under the nets. You know, if you're not bleeding, then no blood, no foul.
So would you? Yeah. So would you name Iowa the Cinderella school or
Iowa
is there,
State?
I don't think there is a
Iowa's kind of
Cinderella this year.
No, there isn't.
You know, the people that are left are the people expected to win.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you've got Arizona.
High
Purdue.
Point was the last Cinderella.
Right.
And they were good.
They were
They
good.
could launch threes like with their eyes closed.
Yeah, I know.
That's what got me was the fact that they had. I mean, them and Siena. Siena had Duke on the ropes there
Yeah, I
for the
know.
longest time.
Yeah.
Let
them get away.
Shoot that kid from High Point that was launching those threes. Wow.
And he's still not as good as the kid from Iowa State that shoots 53% from 3-point land.
That is unheard of.
I mean, that's incredible.
That is wild. That is wild.
Especially coming from a Big 12 school.
And yeah, and especially he came from like a Ukrainian country, some over there.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic how college basketball.
Miskosovic or something. I forget how you
it's
pronounce
kind of
his
ironic
name.
how college basketball now has turned international, and you've got more international players coming in.
Well,
to
they
college
play a
ball.
lot. They play pro ball in Europe all the time now.
Yeah, 109 to 88, and again, with as far as Arkansas goes, if you see it, if you look at the pattern all year, Florida, Georgia, Auburn, and now Arizona, all big teams, all tall teams, and we don't attack in the paint, and that was our problem last night.
We had an off day, and championship teams don't have off days.
You can have an off day.
Can't have an off day in
Right.
March, but
Right.
that's why they
Especially-
call it March Madness.
Right.
Yeah, especially
So-
when it's one and done.
Yeah.
That's it. It's over with. I
Yeah,
wonder.
You can't. Oh, we'll get them tomorrow. No,
That's got to be a bizarre feeling to play, and then you lose, and then you're done.
You're in the throes of it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's over.
Yeah.
Right.
And given that we've probably seen the last of Darius Acuff,
Oh yeah.
MC and I have talked about it on podcast a lot, but he might be the best Razorback basketball player of all time. And that's surpassing Todd Day, Lee Mayberry, the triplets, Thurman. I mean, he's as a freshman and setting all these records and just playing out of his mind. He would probably be the Darren McFadden of Razorback basketball.
And bottom line, when they were playing High Point, when they really needed a bucket, they gave the ball to him and then moved back and let him create.
But that was also the Achilles heel of the team. Everybody knew if you're playing Arkansas, double team Acuff, you shut Arkansas down.
He still scored 36.
Yeah. They shut him down, and he still scored that many.
He's a great ball.
He will be a top 5 pick.
Yeah,
in the draft. He'll be a lottery pick.
If the team that gets the number 1 pick needs a point guard, they're going to get him. That's who they're going to pick up.
I will be shocked if he decides to return.
He's probably one of the best players compared to the legends, right?
Yeah,
But the game's changed so much since then that it's hard to make a comparison.
Well, it's
right?
like comparing goats in the NBA.
Right.
So this generation,
right?
If you're under the age of 30, LeBron's the goat,
right?
But if you're guys like my age,
Jordan,
it's Jordan.
right,
Anybody that's older than me would say Bird, Johnson,
Right.
Chamberlain.
Yeah,
I mean,
Magic. Right.
To me, when you're talking about goats, you go by decade because if you notice,
right,
the game changes about every 10 years,
right?
Unless you're college football, then you just turn it on its head and destroy it.
Right.
But you and I've talked about that a lot.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that today.
But yeah, I mean, and you can put him up there with Thurman. I mean, any of the starting 5
Sure.
from that 94 team.
Yeah.
Ernie Murray, Oliver Miller, and the 90s Final Four team.
Yeah.
And I'm not taking away from the rest of the guys on this team because this was a special team.
Great players. Yeah.
And I'm hoping, back-to-back Sweet 16s, the recruiting class that Calipari's got coming in next year, along with the guys that I hope are returning. Because here's the problem: we don't know who else is leaving.
Right.
Well,
Right.
Brazil's going.
TB's
he's
gone.
done.
He's out of eligibility. You might see. I don't know if Billy Richmond's got another year left.
I think he does.
I think he does.
I'm pretty sure he does.
Malik Ewing, Carter Knox will be back because he was injured. I'm sure he'll be back. But the core group of this Razorback team is leaving.
Right.
If they know what's good for them, they're going to leave.
Right.
Because guys like Acuff, if he comes back, what if he gets hurt next year?
No, he's not coming back. There's no way.
Well, you're going to play the what if game.
Right.
What if?
Right.
Okay, what if he comes back? He hurts. In my opinion, if he comes back, he hurts his draft stock.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this was a special team, but they definitely had their flaws.
He's the best.
He's
at the top. Why? There's no reason to come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Right.
Look at it this way, though. Calipari, I will say, he knows how to draft point guards.
No question.
He's done it ever since he's been in the college game.
So let me ask you this: 2 Sweet 16s.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still off the Calipari train, or are you buying in?
He's going to win, okay? And I'll be one of the first persons to say that. I just don't like what he did to the game. The one and done thing, I'm not a fan of.
That was, but even that, the rules back when LeBron and Kobe came out, they came straight out of high school. So he really didn't change the game all that much.
Yeah, well, he did. He changed the game in that players came in and played one season and then left. That wasn't going on until Calipari came.
My opinion, they need to make it just like football. Wait till your junior year, and then you can go for the draft.
I don't know if legally you can do that anymore.
No, you can't. And it all comes down to comes down to the cheddar, man.
Yeah, it's all about money. It is. You look at, the NCAA. I think the NCAA is going the way of the dodo bird in about 2 years.
I give it less than that. I give it 18 months.
They don't even need to be around.
It's literally the conferences are going to go from the Power 5 down to Big Ten and SEC. If things keep playing the way that they have been, it'll be the SEC and Big Ten.
Well,
conference.
maybe the NIT will come back. Hey, at one time it was like the dance, and then they did the dance.
Now it's a consolation prize.
Moved away from the NIT. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, we got to take a break for the news, and then Zach and I are going to talk about the loss last night. We'll have to talk about that, and we'll look at about can Duke make it to the Final Four. We got to talk about that as well here on the Dave Elswick Show. Well, I'll let you sir get on with your regular.
This is the Dave Elswick Show.
Freedom has a frequency, and it's 101.1. The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. KDXE, Kamek Village, Little Rock.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. The House Ethics Committee has found that Democratic Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick of Florida committed 25 ethics violations. She faces possible expulsion from Congress. The committee said it would recommend a punishment in the coming weeks. Congress is moving closer to funding the Department of Homeland Security. The weeks-long budget impasse has meant TSA and other federal workers have gone without pay. The Senate voted overnight to restore most DHS funding except for immigration enforcement. It now goes to the House. There are media reports that the Pentagon is considering sending up to 10,000 U.S. troops to the Middle East. Here's the BBC's Sebastian Usher.
President Trump continues to keep all options open and therefore both Iran and the wider world guessing at his intentions. The report in the Wall Street Journal that 10,000 more troops could be sent to the region is an indication that further military escalation is still on the cards, though the number of U.S. forces is still nowhere near what a full ground offensive would need.
A Florida man who fled to China and his sister have been charged after an explosive device was left outside a gate at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa. U.S. Attorney Greg Keogh.
We have 3 indictments before you. Alan Zhang, he's charged with attempted damage of government property by explosive, making a destructive device, and possession of a destructive device. He faces 40 years. And Mary Zhang, his sister, is charged with being an accessory after the fact, tampering with evidence. She faces 30 years. And Mr. Elder is charged with making a threat of an explosive, and he faces 10 years.
Audio courtesy of WFTS. Stocks continue to slide on Wall Street. The Nasdaq is down more than 1% in today's trading. The Dow down nearly 400 points. Townhall.com.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted, it works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 844-94-BIBLE. That's 844-94-BIBLE. 844-94-BIBLE.
Mortgage rates are heading higher again.
Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says the average rate on a 30-year mortgage rose this week to just under 6.4%. That's the highest level in more than 6 months. Only 4 weeks ago, the average rate had dropped to its lowest level in 3.5 years at just below 6%. When mortgage rates rise, they drive up borrowing costs for home buyers. While still down from a year ago, the recent rise in mortgage rates threatens to dampen the spring home buying season. I'm Alex Vega.
The runway where a plane collided with a fire truck at New York's LaGuardia Airport has reopened. The destroyed Air Canada plane and the truck were towed from the crash site late Wednesday. The 2 pilots were killed in Sunday's crash. Roughly 40 people were treated for injuries. The bodies of the 2 pilots repatriated to Canada. In Montreal, hundreds of pilots and flight staff waited in the rain, lined up in front of the airline's headquarters. News and analysis at townhall.com. Correspondent Keith Peters tells us that Washington, D.C.'s cherry blossoms have reached their peak bloom.
The National Park Service says the flowering blooms hit their peak on Thursday, meaning 70% of the Yoshino cherry blossoms are open. The Park Service says this timing is typical for late March and early April. The blooms last only a few days. Cool, calm weather helps them stay, but rain, wind, or heat can strip petals fast. The National Cherry Blossom Festival runs for 4 weeks with music and Japanese cultural events. Keith Peters, Washington.
The Major League Baseball season is in full swing now, and L.A. Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani has the most popular jersey heading into 2026. It's the 3rd straight year his jersey has topped the list.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
All right, final hour of the Dave Elswick Show for a Monday, and we're going to do it with Razorback Zach.
I'm over here breaking stuff now, Dave.
That thing's difficult to work with. You just got to just move it around and take it by the throat and put it where it needs to go. Give me your overview of the game last night, because from what I can tell, Razorbacks weren't really in it at most of the game.
Well, I mean, Dave, first off, you don't come into a post-game press conference like we talked about last hour and say you let go of the rope. You don't admit that. That's like your AD standing in front of your, some of your biggest donors in Central Arkansas going, we're not set up for a national championship in football. You don't do that. But again, like I've said for many weeks now, Arkansas's Achilles heel is big men. If the opposing team has a big man in the paint, Arkansas can't do a thing about it, and they won't. And last night they showed it.
Who's got that kid that's 7'8"?
I know Texas has got one that's like 7'3", and we couldn't do. We just let him blow right past us.
Yeah, he reminds me of the really tall kid that played for St. Bonaventure a few years back.
Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Well, they were in the play. They were in the dance. They lost the first round.
But I mean, big men, and Arizona's a big team. If they're big, and they're the oldest team in the tournament. It's going to be fun to watch them try to make that playoff push, because there's only 2 weeks left.
I thought that Houston would make it to the Final Four. They got beat last night.
They did. Who beat them? Illinois.
Yeah.
Illinois beat them by 10, if I remember right.
Like a bad drum, they beat them.
I mean, and look at Purdue. Purdue beat Texas.
Yeah, they did.
Which I was happy about, by the way.
It wasn't really even close.
No, it wasn't. Texas. It was. I mean, the score looks like it was close, but it really wasn't.
Purdue clamped down on their defense in the second half. They play very good defense. That's what Iowa State plays.
Yeah.
I mean, Miller's done some pretty good things with that team.
Yeah, he has. And if you think about it, I think Iowa and Iowa State are on opposite sides of the bracket. So you could potentially have an Iowa State game for the regional final for a spot in the championship.
Yeah, it ain't going to happen, but it could. All right, there is these slight possibility.
Possible, but no. I mean, let me ask you something, Dave. There's not a Cinderella team this year in the Sweet 16 / Elite 8 so far, because your 4 of your 8 is Iowa, Illinois, Arizona, and Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, and a 9 seed. So would Iowa be that Cinderella team?
If you're going to go by seeds, yeah, they are.
I would say I mean, the biggest upset would obviously have to be High Point over Wisconsin in the first round.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Other than that, these games have gone the way that we've all thought they would. I was really glad to see Siena, because I wasn't here last week to talk about the first and second round. I was really glad to see Siena having Duke on the ropes as long as they could handle it.
Yeah, I wish they would have beaten Duke.
Well, they got close.
I would have enjoyed
Duke
being out of the tournament. They're playing St. John's, and they've got Duke as 6.5-point favorites. I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know if there's that big of a difference between those.
So let me counter that with another a bet thing. So Carlos Boozer, over under on how many elbows he throws.
Oh God. How many charges does he not get called on with his arm push?
Yeah.
He does that all the time.
If I was St. John and whoever they have me guarded, whoever has got to guard Boozer, dude, I would flop every play. I would over dramatize it. I would. That's just me because
And
again,
Petrino needs to work the officials about it.
he's been in the game as Patino. Yeah, Petrino's the OC at where did he go? He North Carolina.
Okay.
Rick Pitino's been in the game about as long as Calipari has. He knows how to work the refs.
Was that Louisville forever? Was that Kentucky forever too?
I forgot he was at Kentucky.
Yeah. Did he take them to a national championship
before Calipari?
I think so.
I don't know. I knew he was at Louisville.
Do you know last night's loss in the NCAA tournament was the worst loss Calipari's ever had in the tournament?
Mm-hmm. But he also, I mean,
so he's definitely rode the highs and lows this season.
He has. He really has. But he didn't come out and he said, I wish there was more I could have done to keep it closer, but give the credit to Arizona. I mean, they were ready to play, but here's the thing. When you hit the tournament, everybody knows. By now, everybody should know. If you play Arkansas, you shut down Darius Acuff, you've got the game won. That forces everybody else to step up, which tells me they relied too much on Acuff this year.
Well, yeah. I agree. Well, I wonder what this team would have been like if Knox hadn't got hurt.
I've wondered that too.
He's a pretty good shooter.
Nick Pringle, he's okay on one half of the court, but he is a foul a minute kind of dude. He reminds me of Chris Leak from a couple of years ago, where if you needed to get a foul or a stop or something, he could do one or the other, but he couldn't do both. And that, to me, I really think Carter Knox will be back. At least I hope so. But the problem is, Acuff, he's gone. All right.
Yeah,
he's a lottery pick, top 5, no questions asked. What I'm concerned about is who else is going to try to go to the draft, along with the ones that are out of eligibility, like Trevin Brazile. I feel like Brazil's been here forever. I think he was on his 5th or 6th year.
Well, he got hurt there for
he tore his ACL.
Yeah, so that took a while. He got some time back because of that.
But I mean, again, at the end of the day, now you're going to see, once the team kind of sheds those guys, the guys that are going to either go to the draft or are just out of eligibility. Because I don't think you're going to see anybody hit the portal. I'd find that hard to believe. And now you've got this other recruiting class coming in. I want to see how those two meld together. I want to see how they merge. And again, back-to-back Sweet 16s, you can't be too mad about it.
No.
But because we went, 20 years without a tournament appearance?
But here's the key now. Now everybody's going to be, what is it going to take to get back to the Final Four?
Well, again, like I've told everybody, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, always is.
Okay. Basketball is a different kind of sport, especially now versus when it was even like we talked about college football. Basketball is a different sport. So it's all about getting hot at the right time. If you get hot into February, early March, and that runs through April, there you go. I mean, anybody can beat anybody at any time.
Yes, they can.
Yes, it all comes down to, I think he's on the right path. I mean, you can't argue with 2 Sweet 16s.
No, I don't argue with he's done well for the Razorbacks.
If it gets to next year and it's another Sweet 16 loss, then yeah, you're going to start asking, okay, what's it going to take to get to the Elite Eight or the Final Four and ultimately to a championship? Because again, Arkansas fans love them to death. I'm a Razorback fan through and through, even through all the heartbreak, heartache, laughs, and tears. We want to win, and we want to win right now. We know we're capable of a championship, but somehow and some reason why we are snake bit.
Yeah, I don't go by, the luck just hasn't gone our way. I mean, look, I'm a Cub fan. I didn't believe that the Billy Goat had anything to do with that. All right, just it was bad upper level management that kept the Cubs from being a playoff team every year.
Yeah.
As big of a market as they are, they should be in the playoffs every year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But again, if you believe in curses.
Yeah, I don't believe in it. Just like I don't believe in ghosts and all those ghost shows they got on television. Oh, did you see that over there? And then the camera looks over. There was a shadowy figure right there. It was right there, I tell you. And just was
kind of a skeptic there, are you, Dave?
I'm big time skeptic. I mean, if they could come back, Harry Houdini would have come back.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he said he tried. When he died, he tried to come back. Well, he hasn't made any shows yet. I'm just telling you. He's not been around. The kid that I was talking about here on a moment ago is Elswick.
Who does he play for?
Iowa State.
Oh, yeah.
He shoots 51.2% from 3-point
That's
line.
crazy. I don't know anybody that shoots that high from three.
It's amazing. It really is. He's a dead eye. Amazing. And they got two other kids on that team that shoot 38% or better for 3-point land.
He reminds me of that kid from High Point that could anywhere beyond the arc.
Martin?
Yeah. Anywhere beyond the arc. He was almost automatic. But he'll always be remembered for that layup that he had there towards the end of the game that kind of put the nail in the coffin against that game against Iowa or Wisconsin.
Yeah.
That was his only two all season long.
That's pretty wild.
That is the only shot he took inside the arc all season long.
That's crazy.
But to see him shoot from half court, and again, you can call it half court. Everybody's, well, he wasn't half court. It was the logo. Doesn't matter. That far back and to drain it, to not even hit backboard or rim.
This kid, he's like, he gets into the circle at midcourt. You better have a hand in his face.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. But Dave, going back on that Arkansas Arizona game last night, we couldn't stop them from getting in the paint.
No.
Could not stop them at all.
And they outmuscled us.
Oh yeah. But again, one of the things that if I'm the opposing coach that is coming in and playing Arkansas, double team Darius Acuff. Make those other four guys step up. And sometimes, we have.
Well, Brazil did a pretty good job in the High Point game.
Yeah, Brazil did fantastic in High Point. Richmond has always been good to back up Acuff. Yeah. I like his aggressiveness. Ewan came in and started drowning threes. So sometimes I kind of wonder if Arkansas plays down to their competition but won't play up.
I said that several weeks ago.
You did. And last night I kind of looked at it and went, maybe he's right. Because you saw it. But that second half, though, I had to walk away from it. I had to. I couldn't do it.
How many turnovers did Arkansas have last night?
Let's see if I can pull that stat up real quick.
I mean, that when you look at the stats, turnovers and offensive rebounds tell you a lot. That's if you're controlling the board when you have the ball, that means that you're going to have a good shot at scoring.
We had nine points off of 9 turnovers. Arizona had 12 turnovers and 14 points.
Okay.
And what was the other stat that you were talking about?
Offensive rebounds.
9-6 in favor of Arkansas.
Yeah. I would have thought that the game would have been closer. Just looking at the stats.
Yeah. The thing is, though, Arizona was 37 of 58 for 64% from field goal range.
64%.
And shooting the eyes out of the ball.
We were right at 50.
Okay. Well, we're shooting well too.
And then 3-point percentage off. I mean, 63% as a team. 60% from three.
Arizona.
That'll kill you every time.
Oh yeah. Yep. That and it did. All right. I mean, look, they took the ball. They took all the air out of the basketballs now.
Yeah.
You know, they're put up. All right, 10:21. Let's take a break. Then we'll come back. Razorback Zach is here on the Dave Elswick Show. We'll talk a little bit about Razorback baseball as well, and see what Zach thinks is going on with the Razorbacks at this time.
Boulder uphill, wearing skates? If you run or manage a local business today, you're challenged like never before. We get it, and we want to help. We're Salem Surround. We're a full-service marketing agency that'll help you increase your customer base by designing incredibly effective plans to reach your consumers day, night, and everywhere they might be.
If you're a local business and ready for the next step, Google Salem Surround Little Rock today. Our experts are ready to help you take your marketing to the next level.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine, if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
Up in Your Business with Carrie McCoy, a production of flagandbanner.com.
Through storytelling, conversational interviews, and Carrie's natural curiosity, this weekly radio show and podcast offers listeners an insider's view into the commonalities of entrepreneurs, athletes, medical professionals, politicians, and other successful people, all sharing their stories of success and the ups and downs of risk-taking.
Up in Your Business with Carrie McCoy, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at 10 on 101.1 The Answer.
Dave Elswick is the conservative voice of Arkansas, and he's back. 101.1 The Answer.
All right, let's continue on. You want to talk basketball still, or do you want to move on to round ball, the little round ball?
Well, like all Razorback fans, we have a cycle. Towards the end of summer, it's football's going to be great. Midway through fall, it's basketball will save us, and now we're at that point where it's all right. Baseball, now you're up. We're going to Omaha.
Yeah. Do you think that the Razorbacks will make Omaha this year?
They got a couple of things to shore up a little bit, but I honestly feel, Arkansas is always in the conversation to go to Omaha. They're always in that conversation.
Okay.
They're 19-7 overall. Again, the season's way too young still to kind of make that call, but I'm going to go with letting the record speak for itself and say, yeah, they're going to be one of the 8 teams in Omaha.
Okay. They're a good team.
They are.
Their pitching's not as strong as it has been.
No. The guy with the best ERA is Cole Gibler at 1.2 ERA. I really thought Gabe Gackle was gonna have a better year than what he's having. Him and Parker Coyle, I thought were going to be the two that were going to have an outstanding year, but Coyle has struggled as of late, and it almost looks like they're having trouble commanding the ball. I mean, have you seen the same thing I have?
I've noticed something that seems to be a problem with Razorback teams. They don't hit when they need to hit.
No, and plate discipline's not all that great either. Kozel's doing great. He's got a 350 batting average. Damian Ruiz has got a 360 batting average. But some more of these guys have got to step up. You know, I like seeing that they're not trying to swing for the home run every time they're at bat, though.
And that's good.
That was a couple of years ago. That was my biggest problem, was that they kept swinging for the fence every time they were at the plate.
The long ball.
Yeah,
they're always looking for the long ball, and that goes in cycles.
It does, but I mean, if you notice though, Dave, especially with Razorback sports and football, when they get down, they get desperate. They start throwing that long lob pass. They're trying to get, you know, these chunk plays, right? In basketball, they start jacking up threes when they get behind, and they get down, they start getting desperate.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball is the same way, you know. Now, one thing I did like was they fired Paul Maneri from South Carolina because of what happened against Arkansas, 22-6, and they fired Paul Maneri from South Carolina.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
He got spanked by Arkansas.
Okay. So because he got beat by one particular team, it cost him his job.
I think there was more behind the scenes that we didn't know about, but I just find I'm laughing at the irony of, okay, you get blown out 22-6 on one game and you fire your coach. So when are y'all firing Beamer?
Yeah, well, I agree with that. The big story for me this year is, how does the former head coach of Tennessee do with the Giants?
I'm still, opening day was what, yesterday?
Yep.
I'm still trying to get a feel for that team. I haven't looked at it yet, but I mean, you watch more Major League Baseball than I do. What?
Yeah. Let me look and just see. I didn't look yesterday.
Most people, when he took the job, most people thought, oh, he's using that as a stepping stone until Arkansas comes open.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if that's exactly true or not.
I'm looking here. I'm trying to. Thank God. What was the game yesterday? Did the Giants play yesterday, or were they off in the first round? They may not have played, because I don't see them playing anybody yesterday. Nope, they didn't play anybody. So
I don't know. It knowing about that team, and look at Tennessee. Tennessee lost.
Yeah.
Speaking of, his old team lost, and they got robbed of a home run, and that was great. That's a beautiful play against, I think it was against Georgia, is when they was when they got robbed. But the kid at the plate, typical Tennessee attitude from when Vitella was there.
Giants play the Yanks today.
That'd be a good one. That'll really tell you how his attitude is.
Yeah.
That'll really talk about going straight into the fire.
Because the Yankees are picked to be one of those teams that should do well. The Giants already have lost one.
Who'd they lose to?
Yankees.
What was the final?
I don't have that in front of me.
All right,
got everything in front of me except that score.
I got you got to love the ESPN app.
That's what I'm looking at. And I don't see it yet. I don't see it's a score from yesterday. That's weird.
Wow. Well, my Rangers lost 5-3 to the Phillies.
Yep. Phillies are going to play for they're going to be in the hunt for the World Series this year. As far as that. Okay. Got to get a break in. Let's do that. We'll be back with more.
This is YouTube. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 844-94-BIBLE. That's 844-94-BIBLE. 844-94-BIBLE.
This is 101.1. The Answer. Here's your forecast.
It's going to be bitterly cold again today. High temperature somewhere between 25 and 35. Low tonight in the mid-teens, if not colder.
Right here in our backyard, sellers trust Purple Wave Auction to move their equipment, from excavators and ag equipment to trucks and specialty trailers. Our no-reserve online auctions help local sellers turn iron into opportunity. You get a dedicated territory manager who knows your operation, your market, and your timeline, backed by nationwide buyer demand, local service, national reach, real results. See why more sellers choose Purple Wave. Visit purplewave.com to get started today.
This is 101.1. The Answer. Here's your forecast.
It's going to be bitterly cold again today. High temperature somewhere between 25 and 35. Low tonight in the mid-teens, if not colder.
Scott Jennings doesn't trust some in Washington.
This buffoon, Chris Murphy, he's on the Senate Intelligence Committee. He keeps saying crazy things. I think this guy, honestly, is walking into these Intelligence Committee briefings and coming out and lying through his teeth to the American people under the guise of, well, I've seen these things. You can't see it, but let me tell you. I think it's awful.
The Scott Jennings Show. Weekdays at noon, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on 101.1. The Answer. The news never stops, and neither does your schedule. That's why we're here, keeping you up to date with all the biggest stories of the day. We're 101.1. The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk.
Twitchy.com brings you the latest in social news, highlighting and reacting to important conversations from America's most prominent journalists, politicians, and celebrities. Twitchy's kinetic group of editors deliver fast and amusing content around the clock to tell you who said what in global and political news, sports, entertainment, and media. If it's news, they're on it. If it should be news, they're ahead of it. Stay connected to the newswire of the 21st century with Twitchy.com. Twitchy.com.
The Secular Crew sees a big push.
So what we're seeing is a move by those that are supportive of the SAVE Act, that want it passed. They are going to have extended debate on this. They're going to take over the Senate floor, and this could go as long as 2 weeks that they're expecting this. It's going to look almost like they are filibustering how much floor time they're going to be giving this.
Secular. Afternoons at 3 on 101.1. The Answer. Now, back to the Dave Elswick Show, 101.1, The Answer.
All right, looking here, trying to see who Arkansas is playing in baseball this weekend. They are playing Florida, and they are at home. And
yeah, I figured
they are on the SEC network, by the way. So you know, tonight's game, 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock on SEC Network Plus, which is going to be the ESPN app.
Okay.
On all your smart devices.
So I can watch that game if I want
Oh, yeah.
to. All right, that's cool.
What about your stupid devices?
We do that. Yeah.
Well,
if I'm not on
working
my
on
phone, then,
outdated technology.
then it's stupid.
It's UHF with the elephant ears.
That's aluminum foil.
Right.
Look, this high def. How you know? I got aluminum foil.
Right.
Yeah, Florida is 20-6 on the season. Arkansas is 19-7.
Yeah, which again, this early in the season, and I tell everybody, don't look at the record. They go by series, not by record. You know, with football, yeah, you got to go because you've only playing one game a week. Basketball, you're playing the team twice. And I think back in the day, I don't know what it is now, but in order to get to the tourney and feel like you've got a lock for the basketball in college basketball is 20 wins, 20 to 25 now, I think. And with baseball, it's by series, in my opinion.
Okay. I don't know that much about how they rank teams.
Also, and if you're looking at it, Arkansas's ranked, but they got a lesser record than Florida does. So that tells me that Florida hasn't played hardly anybody worth the 20 wins. Because if they're 20 and 6, why aren't they ranked?
That's a good question.
Their strength of schedule must not be all that.
Arkansas is ranked number 4 right now,
which is right about where they should be.
Who's number 1 right now? Texas.
Hang on just a second.
Texas has been playing pretty good this year.
I'm going to guess they go by D1 baseball. That's how they do their top 25 is D1. UCLA
number 1
is the number 1.
Number 3. Guess who's number 3? The Dogs, Georgia.
Okay, so this is
Georgia's number 3 at this time.
All right, so according
Arkansas 4, Auburn 5. That's the way it's kind of. Well, yeah, Texas is, but that's probably A&M 25th. That's got to be Texas A&M. It drives me crazy on the Arkansas app because whether it's Arkansas or Arkansas State, they just got Arkansas up there.
Right. Okay, so the NCAA goes by D1baseball.com.
Okay.
And here are your top 5. UCLA, Texas, Georgia, Florida, Texas, Georgia Tech, Arkansas, and Auburn are your top 5. Rounding out the top 5 is Mississippi State, Georgia, Oklahoma, Virginia, and Florida State are 6 through 10.
All right, there's questions, the teams you got to watch.
And there's really not, I mean, if you're looking at the top 25, there's really not a team in there where it's like, okay, these guys have surprised me outside of Nebraska, Notre Dame, and Arizona, who weren't ranked last week.
Well, yesterday, Texas punished Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's Texas. They always, here's the thing. Texas, in certain sports, Texas is like Arkansas in some aspects because when they get into rivalry games, they play their best. Okay. If you look at Arkansas plays some of the best ball across the big 3, not just one sport, across the big 3 when it comes to rivalries. Like in baseball, you've got Ole Miss, which I would consider their top rival in baseball. Tennessee would be next. And
now they lost the series to Ole Miss, didn't they? At home?
Who, Texas?
No, Arkansas.
Arkansas hasn't played Ole Miss yet.
Okay, we played Mississippi State. Okay.
And I don't think we've lost an SEC series yet. Where'd my ESPN app go? Yeah, I don't think we have lost an SEC series yet because we've only played Mississippi State and South Carolina.
I'm sitting here looking at NCAA baseball, and Tennessee is 18-7. Vanderbilt 14-12.
Are you surprised by that? You sound surprised by that.
I am surprised by that. Vanderbilt usually, because of their pitching that they run through their system, tends to have like a top 10 ranking.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes they do. But again, you're not going to have a Kumar Rocker on the mound every year. But Vandy has fallen off the last couple of years. So I'm not surprised that they're battling to stay 500. In fact, if I'm Arkansas, I'm kind of glad to see that.
I'm wondering if they can't put a lot of money together for NIL. Because NIL is in men's baseball too.
Are they?
Yeah. You get money, they can pay you money.
Yeah. Their NIL though is kind of like ours, where it's different because you don't hear a lot about NIL on our from our baseball team like you do with football and basketball.
I'm just sitting here looking, and like I said, Arkansas is number 4. Auburn's number 5.
Auburn, don't sleep on Auburn. Auburn's a good team.
Nah, they look good. I watched them play. Ole Miss is 18. Mississippi State is number 6.
Yeah, I want to say when we played them, it was a top 5 matchup. I think we were 3, and they were 5. I think.
Yeah,
I think there was one team that was separating us in the rankings.
The Friday night game, they beat us bad. Saturday night, we beat them.
Yeah, I was actually at game because that was the weekend we had to do the doubleheader on Saturday. I was at the afternoon game, that second game of the doubleheader, and we could not hit the ball at all. And then magically, there in the last few innings, we came alive.
Well, here's the key about baseball for everybody who's listening, if you care, is that it's not how many hits you get, it's which consequential hits you get.
We do have a problem with leaving way too many people on base, though.
That's what I'm saying.
That's we leave too many people
that
stranded.
Will catch up to you and bite you in the buttocks very hard.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, especially when you're leaving bases loaded,
yeah,
and you're leaving guys out there.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is, Mississippi State doesn't have that good of a pitching.
That's when you got to.
Let me rephrase that. Let me before I rile up fans here. I've learned that through the podcast because we're actually celebrating 10 years of ITHP this October, and I've learned over the years that you have to be careful how you word things because the fans will come after you. Mississippi State's got good pitching, but they can't be so good that we can't hit them.
Yeah.
They can't be that good.
Well, they were having problems with a pitcher when they had their series here just recently.
You know, my girlfriend's son is playing baseball. He's playing in 14 under league.
Okay.
And I had him in a batting cage last night, and his coach, I love his coach, by the way. He kept having trouble hitting the ball, and I said, you got to see the ball before you can hit it. And that's the problem. I think Arkansas's got the same problem. They can't see it. They're not seeing the ball.
Are they keeping their head down in their swing?
I don't know what the problem is.
I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to keep your head in so that you see the ball. You should see the ball contact the barrel of the bat.
Yeah. And you know, it's not one of those where all right, guys, it's time to hit the panic button on Razorback baseball.
Yeah. No, we're not doing that.
We're not doing that. And maybe we're being overcritical, but as fans, we have that right.
Yeah, well, it's it goes along with winning.
It does. And the fact that Arkansas has been a foul ball away from winning it all.
Please stop bringing.
Well, and I'm not. Look, it hurts me to bring it up because it gets brought up and it's replayed all the time. And you know, losing to LSU the way we did last year, actually for me hurts worse than the foul ball does. But that's beyond the point. Arkansas fans want to win. They know we're capable of it.
Yeah.
It's just got to be that consistency factor. But I mean, at the end of the day, Dave's going to get them right. This is only your third SEC series.
They're going to play well.
They are.
No doubt in my mind.
They are. And here's the thing. And this is a good thing about baseball that I've learned. Because, you know, I'm the football guy of ITHP. I know just enough baseball to hang into the conversation. And then you start talking stats, and I'm like, all right, I'm out.
Well, you know how Dave Van Horn feels about the SEC championship. He don't give a crap.
Who does? I mean, if you know you're hosting a regional, why play in the tournament and risk one of your guys getting hurt? If you're and I said the same thing about the SEC tournament in basketball. If you know you're a lock for the tournament, you ought to get a bye.
Yeah.
That the tournament for me, the tournament is literally for bubble teams that need that win to get and need extra wins to get into the tournament, not for people that are already there. I mean, in football, you don't see an SEC tournament there at the end of the season, do you? No. For me, it's point. The conference tournaments at the end of the seasons are pointless to me, because, and I made this argument a few years back.
Not for the programs.
Well, no,
they like the money.
They love the money nowadays. Holy cow! Have you seen what they get? You get like $1 million, $2 million, $3 million.
Yeah.
But here's and you know, I had this argument a few years back. We've got every trophy that college baseball can have over the years, except for the main one. You know, and it's great that the outfield wall at Baum Walker is covered with, you know, conference championships, division titles, you know, regionals, super regionals. But here's the thing:
we want the flag.
Who gives a crap about how many? When DVH retires, and his and cements. I mean, his legacy's already cemented. Excuse me. What do you think he's going to be remembered for? Are we going to sit here in 20 years when looking back at DVH's career, going, man, he won all these SEC titles, he won all these conference titles? No, we're going to be talking about he won the big one finally after chasing it after how many, you know, X amount of time. That's all these guys are going to be remembered for.
It's all he'll remember as well,
right? Because and I made that comparison to our old quarterback KJ Jefferson. You know, everybody's talking about he's a great quarterback. He broke all these records. Nobody's going to care about the records when your overall season record was 4-8.
Yeah, that's where if you win an SEC championship holds some sway for you.
Exactly. You know, now granted, I like DVH's thought process. You go in, if you lose in the SEC tournament, big whoop. You're still going to host a regional. Plus, you get an extra couple of days of rest. You can get guys healed up faster, because I think if you're a lock for a regional, okay, if you're a lock for the regional and somebody gets hurt in that SEC tournament, the risk is too much. And again, I may be playing the safe game here. You know, I'm not DVH. I don't play baseball. But to me, the risk is too high playing in that SEC tournament if you know for a fact you're a top 8 seed.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. I really don't. I don't disagree with you at all on that.
I don't personally, I don't like it.
And when you're looking at your pitching, you want them to be as rested as possible.
Exactly. Especially if you know you've got this guy starting in this rotation. This is your ace. This is your closer. Those 3 guys right there, your Friday night guy, your ace, and your closer, you want them as healthy as possible, because you don't want to run into a Kevin Kopp situation. You don't want to run into a situation where you're in a regional or super regional and you're leaning completely on a closer or a bullpen guy because you burnt through your bullpen in the SEC tournament and no guys are ready yet.
Well, when we come back, I want to talk to you a little bit about college softball, because there's a couple of rules that they have that I want to complain about.
All
right. We'll do that when we come back. It's about 10 minutes till 10 on a Friday edition of the Dave Elswick Show.
In his new movie, The Dragon's Prophecy, Dinesh D'Souza brings the new Middle East into focus with a message of perseverance, faith, and a shared global destiny.
Could the fate of the world, of humanity itself, be somehow tied to this place?
At long last, we have peace in the Middle East.
Israel and Christians are coming together in a way they have never been before since the book of Acts.
But is this the end of Hamas and radical Islam? What does the Bible say?
We have to become fighters in the spirit for God. We don't accept what the enemy wants to do with our culture. We don't accept what he wants to do with the nation. If we keep fighting, we win.
Powerful, prophetic, a must-see movie based on Jonathan Cahn's international bestseller. The Dragon's Prophecy combines history and scripture with faith, justice, and renewal. The Dragon's Prophecy, a new film by Dinesh D'Souza. Now available on Amazon, YouTube, and iTunes.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
The Dave Elswick Show is back. 101.1, The Answer.
Here, finish it up here today. All right. I was watching, I think Alabama. I watch a lot of women's fast pitch softball.
They're good.
Because
They're good, man.
It's good form of baseball. It really is. And it's, I hate to say this, it's more quicker than college baseball.
Yeah.
Baseball on the college level kind of drags as far as
with baseball. I mean, you could 9 innings could take 2.5, 3 hours at the most.
Yeah.
And if you're playing extra bases or you got a rain delay, or if innings run long,
last forever.
You could look at 4.5 hours.
Yeah. So anyway, I did not know this rule. I mean, they did this, and I went, what? They kind of, what? They took the starting pitcher out in the third inning.
Right.
And then they brought her back to pitch again in the sixth inning. I always thought when the pitchers left, now baseball, if they pull you, you're done for the day. You can't come back and pitch some more. But in women's fast pitch softball, you can, evidently.
I didn't know that.
If you replace somebody
with
a runner, the person that you replaced with that runner can come back into the game.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
You don't have to replace them. I think they need to change some of those rules. I really do. I think you make it's going to be a better brand of fast pitch softball if they get rid of that. You can't bring in your eight. Because look, in fast pitch softball, we all know that if a team has an overpowering pitcher that doesn't tire easy, that can throw 140 or 50 pitches, you can play 2 games right there.
Oh, yeah.
You get your 2 wins.
Here's the thing that blows my mind. In baseball, you're standing on the mound, people often talk about the ligaments in the elbows.
Yeah.
Well, in fast pitch softball, it's all in the shoulder, isn't it?
Basically. But that windmill motion does not put as much pressure on your shoulder as throwing a hard ball.
True.
I'm just telling you, I can contest because I've had the surgeries.
I heard it is not fun.
Now, soldier surgery is never fun. But
was it rotator cuff?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I had an impingement.
Ooh.
And that had to be ground out, and some other things had to be done. But see, I didn't have that done until I was in my 40s. If I had done it when I was in college, I mean, now they do it. They do it almost completely all orthoscopically. They can blow up your shoulder and go in and work on it. Back in the day when I pitched, 71, 72, they cut you from the front of your shoulder up and around your shoulder, and then laid your shoulder wide open, and your chance of coming back and having the same velocity and stuff, very, very negligible chance.
I forget who it was that had the surgery on their arm. It was one of our pitchers, and he was out for, I think it was Gackle, I think, and but he looks rusty. But again, times have changed. So, but again, Razorback fans, the season is still young as of yet.
That's what I had to tell all of my friends that are Cub fans with me. We've lost one game. Come on.
Well, yeah,
162 games still. There's 161 more to play.
When you, and I can kind of see where Arkansas fans are kind of panicking when you drop a game.
Yeah,
they're one of the, and you're you drop a game to Arkansas State, which is something you shouldn't do.
Yeah, or Central Arkansas.
Or no, we beat UCA.
I know.
We had a split with Stinson.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you can't win them all. All right, and it's not time to hit the panic
and
button.
You're not going to win them all.
You're not going to.
You got to know.
Although I've noticed a pattern with DVH.
Okay.
If he wins Friday and Saturday, he usually relaxes, and they usually
back on Sunday.
Yeah, pulls back on Sunday. Have you noticed that too?
It makes sense.
If it were me, I'd go for the sweep, but that's just because I'm stingy.
It just makes sense. I understand why he does it.
Well, you've already won the series. What's there to lose?
Yeah, nothing.
Except improving your record.
That's about it.
So I don't know. That's just my opinion anyway.
Well, we're out of time, my man.
Already?
Yeah.
Dang.
It's
we had fun this week.
10:58. Yeah. Well, we had a lot to talk about. We'll see who wins tonight. Who wins, St. John or Duke?
Duke.
Okay. Let's see who else is playing tonight. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, and I can't. Michigan plays tonight. Michigan will win. If Michigan plays like Michigan can play, they will win tonight. They are big. And I'm not talking about, 6'10", 6'11". I'm talking 7 foot.
Oh, yeah. They're big.
Across the front.
They're big. But look for Arizona in the Elite Eight. This is going to be the fun part, watching these teams dwindle it down. Next week, we're going to have the Final Four ready.
You'll be good.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Dave, it's always a pleasure, my friend.
All right. Enjoy your baseball season.
Yes, sir. Woo pig.
161 more games to go. I'm Dave Elswick. I'll see you online, or not online. I'll just see you on the radio here on Monday with the Bible guys.
Find us at 1011fmtheanswer.com. Download our app, stream us 24/7, or watch us at snc.tv. KDXE, Kamek Village, Little Rock.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Israel has launched a new wave of strikes and says its attacks on Iran will escalate and expand. The threat comes after President Trump said talks on ending the war are going well. 1 month into the conflict, we get an update on all the fighting from correspondent John Gambrell.
The American-Israeli war on Iran has reached the 1 month mark, and Tehran is still hanging on and using insurgent-like tactics to maintain its pressure both on its enemies and the global economy. Now, on the economy, that pressure really comes from its chokehold it holds on the Strait of Hormuz. That's the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf through which about oil and natural gas traded once passed. Now Iran controls who goes through the strait and when. And that pressure is largely from the threat of it using drones and missiles on ships passing through without permission. That has stopped that traffic.
Britain's Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper said today dozens of countries now agree something needs to be done about the strait.
We have more than 30 countries come together to talk about the processes that are needed to ensure the reopening of the Straits of Hormuz and also the protection for international shipping.
The Senate has approved Homeland Security funding for Transportation Security Administration and most other agencies, but not the immigration operations at the heart of the budget impasse. Here is correspondent Ken Lorman reporting.
The deal, which was approved overnight without a roll call vote, goes next to the House, which is expected to consider it today. It's a potential endgame to the 42-day shutdown that has jammed airports, disrupted travel, and imposed financial hardships on workers. President Trump has said he'll sign an order instructing Homeland Security to immediately pay TSA workers, but if the bill becomes law, that won't be needed.
That is Ken Lorman reporting. More at townhall.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk consultation. 800-292-7875. 800-292-7875. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-292-7875.
Here's Greg Clugston with the Midday Wall Street Business Report.
The U.S. stock market is headed for its fifth straight losing week, which would be the longest such stretch in almost 4 years. Major indexes continue to fall amid rising oil prices sparked by the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. A federal judge has ruled in favor of AI company Anthropic in temporarily blocking the Pentagon from labeling the company as a supply chain risk. The judge said she was also blocking enforcement of President Trump's directive ordering all federal agencies to stop using Anthropic and its chatbot, Claude. Prospective homebuyers who have invested in certain cryptocurrencies will be able to use their holdings as collateral to fund their down payment on a home. A new company plans to roll out the crypto-backed mortgage sometime in the next 3 months. For the Wall Street Business Report, I'm Greg Clugston.
You'll find breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. A deadly tourist helicopter crash in Hawaii. Here's Donna Warder.
3 people were killed, 2 others were injured when a helicopter crashed on a remote beach on the Hawaiian island of Kauai Thursday afternoon. Kauai Mayor Derek Kawakami.
4 passengers, 1 pilot. Airborne Aviation.
Airborne Aviation is a helicopter company that does sightseeing tours on Kauai. It advertises a doors-off thrill seekers adventure tour. The beach where the helicopter crashed is reachable only by hiking or boat. Audio courtesy of KGMB. I'm Donna Warder.
U.S. stocks have been falling as Wall Street stumbles toward the finish of a 5th straight losing week. That would be its longest such streak in nearly 4 years.
On Salem News Channel, principled voices are shaping today's conversation. Scott Jennings brings clarity to the toughest debates. Josh Hammer's blistering commentary puts politics and culture on trial. And Alex Marlowe's insight connects us to what matters most. Watch anytime on Samsung TV Plus, Pluto TV, or find us on your screen at snc.tv. 3 new shows, 1 powerful lineup. Salem News Channel, across America.
Larry Elder sees the president blazing a trail.
The Iranians hold a chokehold because people are afraid they're going to build a nuke. We haven't stopped them. Venezuela has a thug that's run the country into the ground. We put up with it in our own hemisphere. Same thing with Cuba, and there's nothing we can do about it. Trump has walked in and said no, no, and no. That's what President Trump has done.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 6, right before Hugh Hewitt at 9 on 101.1. The Answer.
Full show for the Friday edition of the Dave Elswick Show we'll get off on the first hour talking about the news dump, what happened since you were asleep, and what we need to tell you about now that you're awake. And then we'll talk to Chris Phillips. Ann McAnally will be with us. You'll remember her. She came into Little Rock and showed her documentary on Dr. Kermit Gosnell, the serial killer in Philadelphia. And then finally, Razorback Zach on the Dave Elswick Show.
Your SRN program will begin in 5, 4.
Ready to break the narrative? Get the real story with no filters and no apologies. Cut through the noise with real conversation, real conviction, and real news. It's time for Truth Without Spin. It's the Alex Marlowe Show.
All right, the most meaningless DHS government shutdown is about to end. The House is likely to pass a compromise Senate bill that got approved last night. I'll give you the details, give it to you right now. One thing that we're seeing here is a cave from Republicans, as was probably inevitable. Democrats very good at standing together, holding the line, and John Thune and his Republicans have agreed to a bill that excludes funding for ICE and border protection, customs and border protection. But I have to admit, it's not a lot of funding because the vast majority of it was already funded by the big, beautiful bill. So I don't like the optics of the cave. But overall, if you look at what's happening right now, we had a $75 billion supplemental funding to the already $10 billion in funding for ICE in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So ICE is tonning it in revenue right now, but they did not get the full funding that was allocated, which the Democrats will chalk up to a win. And people like you should be probably disturbed that the Republicans can't hold together even on fundamental stuff like that. So remember, the Democrats imposed this shutdown, partial shutdown, which meant TSA workers, about 50,000 in total, were working without pay. Donald Trump announced yesterday at a cabinet meeting that he intends for them all to get back pay, those who hung in there and kept working. Many have missed a paycheck. Another payday was supposed to be today, so it'll be interesting to see if all those paychecks get out. Probably does not. Hundreds have quit, and so all of this has caused a lot of people that their spring breaks kind of ruined. But the compromise right now is that Department of Homeland Security was suffering, and not just from the ICE funding, but CISA, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, Secret Service, and Customs and Border Protection all complained that they had not had enough funding, which could lead to degraded readiness. It could lead to higher risk of staffing shortages, strains counterterrorism capabilities, which is not great during a war. So it was inevitable that there was going to be some way for this thing to get opened up. But remember, the Democrats, despite the fact that ICE was practically fully funded, tried to inconvenience the entire country to take this grandstand. And I'll tell you, when it's a grandstand, because that's when Cory Booker starts talking, and just for no good reason. He showed up at an airport. I think this was in Newark. I got to play this clip for all of you. If you're not seeing the visuals, I highly recommend subscribe to the show on YouTube or Rumble, or watch it on Salem News Channel in the evening, because you're going to miss this. Cut 5, please, guys.
Get ICE the hell out of our airports. Donald Trump has brought chaos into our airport in New Jersey. This is his way of doing things. Chaos, cruelty, and corruption.
Okay, pause. So he's got the visuals are just beyond belief. He's got the podium out. He's got some sort of a seal on. I can't quite make out the exact seal. And no one's there. No one's there. There's no lines at this airport. It's not backed up at all. No one's watching Cory Booker speak. He's got a book coming out where he talks about how he gave that record speech in the Senate floor, which was literally meant nothing. It wasn't even a filibuster. He honestly thinks the whole point of the Senate is just to talk and to say nothing. He should podcast. Maybe I could do a spinoff show with him. Marlowe and Booker. It would be a good show. We need more debate. He seems smiley. He's like a happy guy. And what a head of scalp he's got as well. So I just love the optics of this. Give me a little more.
And corruption. That is visiting upon us now because Donald Trump won't fund TSA and has brought ICE into our airport. Get ICE out of our airports. It's not good for our customers. It's not good for flyers.
I would love to be a fly on the wall for that, just to see it take place. The fact that he's just speaking to no one. But anyway, still a cave from Republicans because they did not get everything that Trump wanted in the bill. I'm sure Trump won't be happy about this, likely pass the House. And then we'll try to get more funding for ICE and other security measures in a reconciliation that will take place down the road. So that's where we're at. Schumer praised Democrats. No blank check for a lawless ICE and Border Patrol. This is the whole thing, is they regard those that enforce our federal law as lawless. This is the gaslighting the Democrats do. They tell you that the people who are tasked with enforcing some of our most important laws, our immigration and custom laws, those are the ones who are violating the law. The lying is just at a whole new level at this moment in Donald Trump's administration. But just recall that ICE was basically fully funded. Dems were using the TSA workers and your travel plans as leverage. And all of this was for what? To protect illegal alien criminals. Because they didn't like the surge of ICE that took place after all the Leering centers were revealed in Minnesota and elsewhere. I started yesterday's show. I walked through it. One illegal alien violent crime after the next in this country this month. We need bigger ICE presence. We need more ICE. We need Republicans. Fine. This one, I got to admit, it feels like sort of lower stakes, this cave. But the fact that their border is not being fully funded is a shame, because that we have it is imperative that we convince the public that in order to make America a safer, more prosperous place, it starts with border protections and border enforcement. And sadly, it feels like at least 20, maybe even 40, maybe pushing even 45% of the country regard it as racist or insensitive or something just to enforce our border laws. We're the only country on earth that does not have a right to have a border, according to the Democrats that lead that party. So that's where we start the show today. Next, I'll give you an Iran war update. So the Pentagon is apparently prepping a massive final blow versus Iran. It could involve taking the strategic Karg Island. It could mean sending 10,000 combat troops. So that is the ground invasion that we had long feared could happen. But I'll tell you, all of this to me is a negotiating tactic from Trump. Trump wants to remind people over and over again that he is willing to do whatever is necessary. It's why, even though that on a personal level, I don't like the idea of a ground war, I particularly don't like the idea of one that lasts past the spring. But Donald Trump is never going to tell you, I will not do that. He will only tell you, yeah, I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to be completely crazy, which is ironically not crazy. It's a not crazy thing to say. What is crazy is to announce these are lines we won't cross in order to pander politically, domestically. And I must say, he looks very confident. He had a cabinet meeting yesterday, and he was just absolutely hilarious on this. And then he called into Fox News right after the 5, and he was making a lot of jokes. This is one that I just irresistible. Cut 4, please, gentlemen.
You kind of suggested that we'd knocked out Ayatollah Jr. Have we? And did the CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr. is gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that, which puts them off to a bad start in that particular country, you know?
Okay, pause. So just in case you guys didn't follow that, the President of the United States said that puts him off to a bad start in that particular country. I mean, that is, if you're on the golf course with your buddies and they let one loose like that, you'd be doubled over. And this is our president calling TV, making fun of the Gayatollah. Just because, hey, he's in Iran. It's not a good start in that country. If he'll be leader of that country, it's probably a bad thing. Let's keep rolling.
I have to smile to myself when I say I see people trying to defend the Palestinian regime for women for Palestine. But they kill women if you don't wear a certain if you don't wear a certain cloth all over